Hello, hello, hello. Welcome everyone to the fifth day of the Tata Steel Chess 2023. This is your host Sagar Shah welcoming you to this amazing day filled with lot of chess, lot of exciting encounters, and the main one being leader of the tournament Anish Giri taking on Praggnanandhaa. We are going to look at the pairings of this round and we are going to look at what all is in store for us. But first, a very warm welcome to all of you in the chat. Guys, do you see something different? Today, this tournament is on tour, and I can't believe how Wijk organizers, the Tata Steel chess organizers, managed to do this. Because in the year 2022, Chess Base India also ventured into organizing a few events, and we realized that when you have to do an event of the stature of like a world class one like Tata Steel Chess, you have to take into account so many little things, and that is done at a venue like the internet and the lighting and the electricity and so many things. And here they are not only doing it at one venue, which is their main one, but also at this one, which is a football stadium, which they have done. And I think hats off to the organizers of the tournament. And amazing. People are saying, कैसा लग रहा है? How do you find this entire setup? It's amazing, right? Okay, guys, I am a bit late today by 5 minutes, 5 to 7 minutes, because I was writing an article. I came back home and I had my dinner and I now started. That article is on Chess Base India. I'll share the link later. Maybe some of you can go and check it out. It is on 7 years of Chess Base India. But first, lovely, juicy setup. Queen's Gambit approach. Beautiful. Can't see anything, says Aditya Bhopale. Acha. ठीक है, ठीक है. Let's see. Guys, firstly, we will go to the game. Firstly, before going to the game, let's have a look at the pairing. It's Magnus Carlsen versus Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Now, Magnus lost against Anish in the previous round, and now he's up against Nodirbek, who is one of the leaders of the tournament. He's on 3 out of 4. We have Praggnanandhaa versus Anish Giri, big encounter. Fabiano Caruana versus Wesley So, another important one. Arjun versus Ding Liren. Wow, what a game this is going to be. Aronian versus Vincent Keymer. Maksudlu versus Van Forest, and Gukesh takes on Richard Rapport. Gukesh is searching for that first win in this tournament, and if he manages to get that, I think he will be unstoppable. So guys, should we begin with the game of Anish Giri and Praggnanandhaa? Shall we do that? Arjun played a crazy opening, says Rajesh. Okay, let's go. First game to see. This is Gukesh versus Rapport. And there we have Praggnanandhaa versus Anish Giri. Okay, guys, let's start from the beginning. Praggnanandhaa with the white pieces plays e4. Anish Giri goes e5. Very solid setup, very solid play. Oh, by the way, I forgot to show you one important thing, which are the standings of the tournament. Guys, because without the standings, you might feel like who's leading, who's not leading, all of that. So I decided to also get the standings here, and let's have a look if we can bring that up. Yes, there you go. Anish Giri and Abdusattorov on 3, Caruana and Praggnanandhaa on 2.5, Levon, Arjun, Wesley, Carlsen, Ding on 2, Maksudlu 1.5, Vincent 1.5, Richard 1.5, Riordan 1.5, and Gukesh on 1. Okay, let's go. So e4, e5. Yeah. Pragg goes knight f3, knight c6. By the way, yes, Nikunj Agarwal, thank you for reminding me. The World Championship has been announced. It is happening in Almaty, Kazakhstan, and it is going to take place in the same place. I don't know the same venue, but as the World Rapid and Blitz happened, which is huge and very nice. And also the sponsor of the tournament is the same sponsor. You might have seen a lot of their ads on the Chess Base India videos that we put on World Rapid and Blitz. Freedom Broker is the sponsor. Oh, it's Astana, not Almaty. Okay, Astana. Slightly different. It's a nearby town in Kazakhstan, nearby city. So I believe it is the capital of Kazakhstan. Okay. Sorry, my mistake. It's not Almaty, it's Astana. Now, he goes for the Ruy Lopez here. Knight f6, d3, bishop c5, knight c3. Chat में सब सो रहे हैं. Italian, not Ruy Lopez. This time I made the mistake on purpose by saying Italian to see if you guys will catch me again. But you guys are very sharp, very sharp. It's not the Ruy Lopez, it is the Italian. But I'm very surprised with this move, knight to c3 by Pragg. Can anyone tell me why is this move a bit surprising? Any reason why you think that this move is surprising? Guys, let me know. What are your thoughts? Why is this move surprising? Well, the main thing is, yes, c3 is the main line. So if we just check on Chess Base and Mega Database over here, and we will see that actually that the main move here is c3. We have 13,363 games with c3 and only 7,000 games with knight c3. So while it is played almost half the number of times than c3. Okay, well, Pragg said, I've come well prepared here, let's go. And it's also a little less ambitious, by the way. a6, castles, d6, a4, gaining more space on the queen side, also making a square for his bishop. h6, bishop e3 was played. Bishop e6 was played. And this is like, you know, I put a gun to your head, you put a gun to my head. Like both bishops are looking at each other. So very complicated position. In fact, I'm thinking if, okay, just a thought. I take here, okay? You have to take back, correct? And now I take here and you take back. And what does your intuition say? Who should be better here, white or black? After bishop e6, Pragg was out of his book. Why should black be better, guys? Why should black? Black has this horrible pawns here. It's also doubled, isolated. c5 is doubled. Ishan Chug, thank you so much. I will check it. I think it's related to some festival, right? I'll try to respond back to that. Well, the main point is that here black is able to control the dark squares, like basically these squares very well. So he can go queen e7, g5, long castle, put the rook on f8, put other rook here and start pushing and attacking. So the double pawns don't really matter. Also the knight on c3 is misplaced. So I would even go to that extent to say that this position is, it should be equal, but practically easier to play as black. Okay, so here is a case where you understand that double pawns are not always bad. Okay, let's go here. He goes d4, he took on e6 and then plays d4. And already not a very great decision by Pragg. As Rakshit mentioned to us, he was already out of his prep here. He took 20 minutes. So take d4, take, queen d7. Nice move by Anish. Knight takes, queen d3 played by Praggnanandhaa. Short castle. Now, Anish had a choice here. Okay, he could have short castled and he could have long castled. Both were possible. He decided to short castle. Bishop takes c5, queen takes c5, and now came the move Rook a d1. Rook f7, trying to double up on the f file. Queen d4. Praggnanandhaa says, I'm offering a queen trade. Anish takes it, and Praggnanandhaa is not to be seen. 1 second. Where is Pragg? No idea. Anish is waiting on the board for Pragg to come back, and then he can get up, because generally Anish loves to keep walking around. What I really love about this setup, guys, is how the viewers are sitting. Look at that. No, it's such a nice thing. You can see the players. You can see the big screen on that side. I believe there is a big screen on the other side as well. So the players can, the viewers can actually follow the action. And there you can see Magnus Carlsen standing. I really like it. I would say this is a great setup for a death match. It reminds me of the death match, actually, the first one, where whenever the game was being played, there was light only on that board and everything else would be darkened, you know, that way. This feels like Queen's Gambit finals. Look at Pragg, yeah, the stylish move. Rook takes d4. Himang says it's a legendary venue, the Johan Cruyff Stadium of AFC Ajax. Guys, football fans को तो पता ही रहेगा ये stadium. I'm sure you guys know about it. Okay, so this looks around equal. I think for now it's around equal, but it also depends on what is the, how ambitious both the players are. I believe that Anish would be happy with a draw here. Praggnanandhaa also should be happy because he's playing against in form Anish Giri. But you know, these youngsters often have a lot of ambition. And I may not be sure if Pragg is trying for something here, but I don't think he would be. So what do you think? Should be around equal, yes. Let's go to the next game, shall we? Let's have a look at the game of Magnus Carlsen, because that, oh, he's going to play a move. He goes knight d7. I like this move by Anish. Very nice move. He's taking these two squares under control. But also at the same time, they cannot offer a draw before the 30th move. And also it's a very interesting clause that is written in the regulations of Tata Steel. It says the players are recommended or something on that sort, not like a rule, recommended not to draw the game before 30 moves. If they do so, their invitations in future will be impacted. Something on those lines, if I'm not mistaken. No, venue is only changed for today. It's called Chess on Tour. Let's go to Arjun's game first or Magnus. Guys, you tell me, Arjun or Magnus? E4 for Arjun, D4 for Magnus. E4 for Arjun, D4 for Magnus. Let's see. Whatever wins, we will go to that game. E4 for Arjun, D4 for Magnus. Let's see what our chat wants. E4 for Arjun, D4 for Magnus. भाई सबको अर्जुन का गेम देखना है. वाह. Let's go to Arjun's game then, shall we? Why not? Because Arjun Erigaisi, he is playing against Ding Liren. Ooh, there we have Arjun Erigaisi on the screen, guys. He is thinking for his move. What is happening? Let's have a look. Arjun playing with the white pieces, and his opponent is world number 2 Ding Liren. Now, Ding lost to Praggnanandhaa in the previous round. So, he might be feeling a little low there. And again, rest days can help a player overcome, or it can make things worse. Let's see what happens to Ding. E4 by Arjun. E5 by Ding, very solid. Knight f3. Knight c6. Bishop c4. Italian on the board again. Bishop c5 by Ding. c3. Arjun is like, I'm going to play d4. Ding says, I'm well prepared. Go for d4. Because after d4, after ed4, this line is quite in fashion with e5, d5, bishop b5, cd, bishop b5, knight e4, cd, this stuff. It's quite in fashion, but Arjun says today is the day to be calm. So he plays d3 and quietly presses the clock, which we all know Arjun likes to do that. d6 played. Now he castles. Black also castles. Bishop goes to g5. Okay. Arjun is like, ding. I'm playing the sharp line here. I'm going to put my bishop on g5, pinning the knight. h6. Ding is like, give me the bishop. Arjun says, no, I'm not giving my bishop. g5. Get out from here. Now, all the people who are thinking, should we take this or not? Don't. Okay? Don't take this. Because while it might seem very tempting at your level, at a, not your, but at a sort of amateur level, but at professional level, this is well worked out. Can you tell me what is a good move here? Well, I'm sure your was a wrong word because there are many strong players. I should have said at our level. Sorry. What is a good move here? Guys, you guys are very strong, actually speaking. Look at one guy, he said knight at 7. Arey, queen mar raha hai, bhai. Queen is... Don't move the knight. Okay, the move here, by the way, very classy move. King g7. Arey, excellent. King g7 is the best move. And after queen f3, let me first read who all said king g7. Shaumik, Deven, Anamika, Chess for Fun, Shreyas, Abhay, Nobita, Shahuraj, Ishprit, Logeshwari. Well done, guys. Excellent. Kya baat hai? So, going back to the board, now if queen f3, you can go rook h8. And remember, this is a very solid way to defend. Okay? Going back. Arjun is like, ding. All this studied at home with all my seconds, going bishop g3. Arjun starts with 1:40 on the clock, 1 hour 40 minutes. After 9 moves has 1 hour 43 minutes. Okay. a5 played. He goes rook e1. Okay, fine. Rook e1 played. Bishop goes back. Now we all know why bishop goes back. So that anyone? Yes, Bhavesh, I had explained in yesterday's video a king g7, and also in that game rook e1 was already played. Exactly, the main point is that d4 doesn't hit the bishop. Okay, that is the reason why it goes back. Now Arjun says, I'll develop my knight. Knight at 7. This is a typical idea, guys. Knight at 7. The idea is that you, look, if you play h5 here, then you will lose the pawn. Correct? But if you play knight at 7, now your pawn is defended and suddenly you can threaten this idea with h5, h4, g4. Okay. Arjun says, hit the center. And you know, guys, I have a feeling Arjun played this opening already against Magnus in one of the Champions Chess Tour. Am I wrong or am I right? We'll look at ChessBase 17 and Mega Database. But Arjun's idea is if you take here ed4, he might want to take with the knight. And then if you take with the knight, then take, then bishop takes, and then maybe there is some preparation he must have done here. Maybe knight f3, and he would be happy with this, giving a pawn and then, you know, forcing the bishop back, maybe breaking with e5 and getting the queen here and all of that. Okay. So Ding said, Arjun bhai, what I'm doing now, I'm hitting your knight because your knight is protecting the pawn. Okay. Arjun says, preparation. Rook, knight h4. Now, look at Arjun's time, 1 hour 42 minutes at this point. Ding is 1 hour 18 minutes. But remember, Ding Liren has seen this, you know, has seen this all happen to him at the highest level. Remember the candidates where Hikaru Nakamura was blitzing out the moves against Ding Liren. That game, and Ding actually defended very well and drew that game. Raghav Malviya says, wishes to Indian hockey team currently leading 2-0. Yes, it's happening in Bhubaneswar, right? At the kit in Odisha. We are very, very excited for the World Cup of hockey. ED4 played. And now, can you believe what Arjun Erigaisi played? You remember I told you about mysterious rook moves in my commentary yesterday, day before. I said that look, if you take here, he will take here. Okay. Now when this pawn takes here, this file opens up. So the rook is like that wait list mein rehta na, when we do train booking. And in that there is a waiting list. He sits here, rook b1, and he's like, if someone cancels his ticket, then apna number lag jayega. We'll get the ticket. That way it's sitting on b1. Okay. And this is preparation by Arjun. I am very interested to check the database. Wait. Knight e5 he played. He's attacking the bishop. You don't want to give that bishop up, right? So Arjun played bishop b3. And now d takes c3. Arjun is like, my rook anyway wanted to come to this file. B takes c3. h5 played by Ding. And now Arjun is thinking. Let's have a look at Arjun. Whoa. Intensity. Look at Ding Liren's intensity, yaar. Ding Liren is amazing. Okay, by the way, this board is here because remember this was the view which we were using for Praggnanandhaa. And by the way, Arjun is down to 1 hour now, which means that his all the time edge has been lost. Almost. Because I don't know at what point, which move he started thinking. Maybe after this he had 127. So here he's thinking since 27 minutes. Vinay Kumar Sahu says they are going to burn the board. He's already thinking since 27 minutes here. Okay, let me very quickly, because this is a very interesting line to check in our mega database and try to see ki where is the novelty, the new move, where has it been played. So e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop c4, bishop c5, c3 was played here, correct? Knight f6, d3, d6, castles, bishop g5. This is how the game went. d3, d6, castle, bishop g5, h6, bishop h4, g5, bishop g3. We have already 228 games. He goes a5. Only 33 games found here. 33 games only. And not many top players might have played this. Okay. He goes knight d2. Still has been played. Bishop a7. And he plays here rook e1. Okay. Knight h7. d4. 2 games. Oh, Arjun Erigaisi has played it. Le Quang Liem ke saath. At the Julius Baer Generations Cup at Champions Chess Tour in September 2022. इसके लिए तो उसको, he knows it, and Ding Liren would have also come prepared. G4. This was not played. Actually, Le Quang Liem had played H5 here. But G4 is what Ding played. And this is Arjun's prep. Let me use a strong engine on Chessbase and see if Rook B1 is set. This is Stockfish 15. And I'm going to keep all my cores on and see when is Rook B1 being suggested. Oh my god, look, it's number 2 move. Number 2 move here. Rook B1. Some detailed preparations, guys. Some detailed prep there. Rook B1. Deadly Arjun. Arjun Erigaisi. Showing some great preparation. Let's see how this goes. Because Right now, it seems like Ding Liren is a pawn up. And after h5, I believe Arjun is thinking about something here which has caught his attention. What would it be? I don't even know what to play here actually with white. One move which comes to my mind is knight c4, trying to trade off the knights, but it seems illogical, right? When you're a pawn down. What moves come to what moves come to your mind? महारथी जी आप f3 कह रहे हो. f3, how can you play f3? f3 means pin है. This is pinned. You can't play f3. Please don't play f3, f4 guys. Please. King h1 says Siddharth Ranadiv. Good idea, Siddharth. You want to go maybe f3 next. That makes sense. That makes sense. Everyone here wants to go a4. That is interesting. I'm also very interested to know what Arjun will play. I think Arjun may go king h1 with the idea of f3. Very human way to go about it. But why is knight c4 so bad? Like, is it like super bad? Oh, it's super bad. It's horrible. It's terrible. Guys, black to play. What is the move here? Winning move for black. I just got completely bamboozled by the engine. What is the winning move here? Shashank says, what about knight f5? Yeah, possible, Shashank. No, the move here is very simple. It just wins material. Socho. The move is not a4. Yes, it is a4. a4. And the right move has been mentioned by Chess for Fun, Abhibhav Kumar, Shaumik, Anil Kumar, Akshay Gupta, Samarth, VVC, X Eclipse, Deven Tiwari and Vilas Bhoyar. So what will happen is if you take here, you will lose your knight. And if you take the knight, then he will take your bishop. Your knight is hanging and then this pawn is hanging and black is already pawn up. To khatam hi hai game, like it's not a good idea. So knight c4 definitely not recommended and here not to be played. Okay, let's go to Gukesh's game. Okay, shall we go to Gukesh's game? Again, I'm going to take a vote. E4 for Gukesh's game, D4 for Magnus Carlsen game. E4 for Gukesh game, D4 for Magnus Carlsen. What do you say, guys? Yes, Vignesh, I think A4 is a good move. I think E4, D4, quite a close battle here. But for now, it seems like more people want to see D4, which is Magnus Carlsen's game. So let's go to Magnus's game. Then we will come to Gukesh's game. Okay. Let's go to first this one. And there we have Magnus Carlsen versus Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Okay, few moves have been played. Let's go. C4 by Magnus. Magnus like, last time I played B3 against you at World Rapid and Blitz. This time I will play C4. Okay. Nodirbek, very confident young boy, goes C5. Knight to F3. Knight F6. Knight to C3. Knight C6. Symmetrical English. All four knights are out. E3 with the idea of D4. E5 played. Now, this is quite a sharp line. He goes bishop E2. Magnus. D5 played. CD. Knight takes D5. And now he plays castles. Bishop E7. And Magnus Carlsen goes bishop b5. Now, his threat is to take on e5 because the knight is pinned. So, Nodirbek takes on c3. Pawn takes on c3. Look at Nodirbek's stare, by the way. Look at that stare, huh? Look at that stare. I would be very scared of Nodirbek if I was his opponent, but I mean, Magnus is not scared. Actually, for Magnus, this is a very important game because he lost to Anish yesterday. He has to play really well to make a comeback. Anu31704U says, incredible ability to engage people in quiet game. You mean my ability? Arey Anu bhai. Anu, thank you so much. Okay. Queen to c7. Fine. Now I think you can take on c6. No, like you can take here. He has to take with the pawn, and then the pawns are horrible. But what is it that black gets in return? Can anyone tell me? What does black get in return for this horrible pawns? जब कुछ दिया है तो कुछ मिलेगा ना दोस्तों. Try to understand, this is the basic thing in life, not just on the chessboard. If you give something, you will get something. Not development. Bishop pair. Absolutely right. Bishop pair, and yes, open file also, but that is not very important because white also has open file. So the bishop is ready to come from here and here. Okay, fine. I won't take it, says Magnus, and goes boom. And he tells Nodirbek, now your king is still in the center for this move, and I'm going to take advantage of that. Don't you dare even castle, because then I will take and then I will chop off your pawn. You will be a full pawn down. Nodirbek says, understood, Magnus. I'm taking. Magnus says, I'm also taking. Now he also takes. Now Nodirbek, if he was unambitious in life, if he was happy with a salary of 20,000 rupees or 10,000 rupees, he would have been like, okay, fine, castle kar dete hai. Fir yahan pe he will take and my pawn structure is ruined, and all of that could happen, by the way. But, I mean, by the way, better move here is bishop b2, and white is slightly better. But Nodirbek is a person very ambitious, he wants to earn in lakhs. He says, I will play bd7. bd7 I will play so that if you take, I will take with bishop. If you take, I will take with queen. I will not spoil my structure. Kunj Thakkar says, Gujarati channel ka kya hua? Waiting for more. 2-3 din mein Kunj, there will be new content coming there. Magnus says, Nodirbek, I am going back to f3. Castle kar lo. Castle. Now, I will put my bishop on b2. So Nodirbek is like, ambitious, right? Nodirbek wants to earn in lakhs. In millions, actually. He goes bishop f6. And he's like, move your rook. Won't even allow your bishop to come here. Now, look. You can play with fire. Right? But you should also take care how big the fire is. Here, you are messing with big fire. Magnus is like, Nodirbek, you want me to move the rook, yes? Bishop a3. And now, what happens is, he is not going to allow black to castle this side. And he says to Nodirbek, take the rook. Nodirbek says, as we know, very ambitious guy, takes it. Magnus takes back. And Magnus is like, now you can't even castle here. Your g7 pawn is hanging. Your king is in the center. Nodirbek says, I will long castle. Dosto, to tell you the truth, I could never ever make a decision like this. Now, leave alone me, but not even some great players could make a decision of this sort, what Magnus has made. Let's bring Magnus a little bit inside the frame there. Because he has given up an exchange and you are wondering what is his compensation. And he plays the next move, rook c1. So here is my question to all of you. What is Magnus's compensation here? Kasparov Vichy 1995 World Championship, Sarfaraz says. Possible. Do you think, really do you think, what did he do? King b8. Yeah, nice move actually. Do you really think black has compensation here? I mean, white has compensation. Because what is this pin is nothing, right? Because I can just take and he can take back. So it's not even spoiling anything. Bishop pair, active pieces, knight is pinned, I agree. But I can move my queen next move, not there. But where? Oh, maybe here. Maybe. Why did Magnus sacrifice the exchange? Asks Rishabh Sharma. Rishabh, this is what we want to know. The world wants to know. And Nodirbek Abdusattorov, actually, this is what makes Nodirbek such a great player. And this is what you must learn. If all of you here, okay, are, those who are young, let's imagine that Nodirbek is a young entrepreneur, yeah, and he's up against someone who is ruling the world since many years, like a big company, big entrepreneur, famous. But Nodirbek has his own ideas about what he should be doing. So while Magnus does not agree with him, Nodirbek says, fine, let's have a debate. I think black is doing well. You show me your compensation. And this does require guts. So I believe what Magnus will do is he will chop this pawn, and he does it. He takes the pawn and he tells Nodirbek, now I have one pawn and a bishop for a rook. I'm also attacking your f7 pawn. Okay. Yash Parekh says knight d4 next for white. Possible. Quite possible. Actually speaking, could he have tried knight d4 here is also a question. Because then, then it may spoil the structure. But I think he might go queen a5. This is quite an interesting move, hitting this bishop. So Magnus said, let me at least win some material because that will help me. And also, he's threatening the f7 pawn. Okay, so right now it's Nodirbek's move and he's thinking. Very quickly, guys, let's go and check the game of Gukesh. Because I think if Gukesh can make a comeback today, if he can win the game, his tournament will be back on track. And I think it's a very important game for Gukesh. For now, it seems like the position is equal. It has come via the Grunfeld. This knight e4 line which we saw the other day. Who played this against Magnus? Can anyone tell me? Who played this bishop g5 line against Magnus? Let's see how many of you remember things. Vincent Keymer. Exactly. c5. e3, castles, cd, 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 queen d5, bishop e2, check. He put the queen in, knight c6, he took, knight takes. And I like this position for white quite a lot. And here Gukesh had an option. Gukesh could have gone for the move h4, keeping his king in the center. Maybe later on d2 could be useful. But he castled. Bishop e6, rook c1, and he offered a trade of rooks. Now, can anyone tell me what is the major imbalance in this position? What is the major imbalance? Black, Shreyas Gokhale, very good. He has 2 pawns versus 1 on the queen side. That is the major imbalance, that black has a queen side majority here that can roll. So, knight d2, bishop d5 was played, a4, e6, bishop f3, he took, and he took with the bishop. I think Gukesh could have kept this from exchanging. He could have played bishop d6 with the idea of perhaps going bishop b4 and hitting the knight, but he decided to play bishop f3, doubled his pawns, bishop f8, rook a b1, bishop a3, rook d1, b6, and he goes knight e4. So interesting position still with that imbalance of 2 versus 1. I believe that this is going to be a very exciting game if Rapport is in ambitious mood. Because if both are in drawish mood, then maybe it's going to end quickly. But you can see he's played his knight to c4. And he's defending against the d6 invasion by the white pieces. Why didn't Gukesh take with the knight here on f3? It's a good question actually, Vignesh, because I feel that here knight b3 he didn't want to allow. And secondly, Gukesh is not unhappy about doubling of the pawns because he feels like this helps him. Like later he could play f4, maybe he can bring his king up, or he can get later on move his rooks to g and h file. So he's not unhappy with these double pawns. Okay, so for now this is fine. I think around equal. So we have these things. Gukesh is equal, Pragg was equal, Arjun was complicated, and Magnus is complicated against Nodirbek. Let's see how Arjun plays this position now. How Gukesh plays this. We'll come back to this. Let's go to the game of Praggnanandhaa versus Anish Giri. There we have, after knight d7, Pragg went a5. And what Pragg has done is that with that a pawn, he has clamped down black structure on the queen side. Knight e5 was played. And then he went knight e2. Okay, g5, stopping f4. My question here was, why can't white go f4 straight? What is the reason? Just kick the knight away. Okay, if you... Oh, bye. This is hanging. Yeah, that's why he didn't do it. He went knight e2. And if you play now knight c6, attacking here and here, maybe Pragg wants to go rook a4. Maybe then b4. It's possible. But he went g5 and Pragg went knight c1. And I think Praggnanandhaa's idea is to go knight b3, defend this pawn. And while it may seem that the position is very drawish in nature, I think it's going to be interesting. Firstly, white can try to play b4 here. Okay, b4. Just be alert of knight c6, right? Don't fall into this knight c6 business. But if you can get some nice moves like b4, c4, knight b3, white will start pressing. But it's very difficult to play b4 and c4 because knight c6 will hit the rook and the pawn. Anish can also go knight c6, put the rook on the side, and then try for g4, gaining more space on this side. Or he might go for a move like e5, but I don't like e5. Actually, it weakens the f5 square, like knight e2, knight g3, knight f5. Let's see. It's a slow game, and I feel like draw is around the corner here. Let's go to our big screen and see how are they feeling. What do you think, guys? Do you think this game will end in a draw? What are your thoughts? We'll go to Arjun game. AG will press, says Prasad. Possible. Look at how Anish is sitting, yeah, on the board like a boss. Guys, there is something in the pinned chat. You may want to check it out. It's an article called Chessbase India turns 7 years old. And I wrote this article today. In fact, I've been writing it for now 2 days. And it shows all the work that we have done in the last 1 year. You can go and check. By the way, we have a new member, very legit douche. Welcome to Backer of Indian Chess. Thank you. Okay, let's go to the game of Arjun. Okay, let's go to the game of Arjun Erigaisi versus Ding Liren. So what happened here was after h5, oh, you guys were talking about knight f5. He did play it, which was not the best move. But why was this not a good move? Let's try to understand. Because after take, it seems like white got open diagonals for the bishop. But there is something to be said here about a particular sequence. Knight d3. Okay. And as white, you would love to put your rook on e2, but it loses to one move here, black to play. What is that move? Come on. Absolutely. You guys are right on the ball. You are very alert. h4. And Shaumik, Shreyas, Kushagra, Bhavya, Naman, Jumma, Shaurya, Hriday, Vaibhav and Ayam. Excellent job. So my question to you is, what changed after rook e2 that h4 works? And why does h4 not work after rook f1? What is the reason that black cannot play h4 here? What's the reason? Exactly. Here you can't play because queen takes g4 is hanging. But after rook e2, the queen is blocked, so you can play. That is the key difference. Okay, so if you have to play rook f1, now I can go knight c5. I want to take your bishop, so white doesn't want to give it, so he goes back here, and then rook e8, and it feels like black has a good position here, maybe an advantage for black. This kind of stabilized it and so on. But in the game, Ding did not take the knight. In fact, he went knight g6. And now Arjun played the move h3. Because look, this knight was important to go to d3. But instead he went to g6. And Arjun instantly goes h3 here. And he's asking Ding, what are your plans now? I'm hitting your structure. If you take here, my queen can move in already. With this bishop here, I'm already threatening to take. So, h3 is a very classy move. Let's have a look at the feeling here. The game is very complex. You can see Arjun actually looking at the board for a change, because this time it's very complex. And one question that can be asked is, why is h4 not a good move here? Why is h4 a mistake? Yes. Queen takes g4. Well done, guys. All those who said queen g4, correct. Because if he takes here, you have queen takes g6 and g7 mate. And the bishop is pinning this pawn. So you can't take the queen. Very important motive to remember. So after h3, Ding, what should Ding do? Because the threat is to take and take here. That's the simple idea. Guys, do like the stream and also do subscribe to ChessBase India if you haven't done so already. Look at Ding there. I've never seen him sort of stretch on the board. He's generally very like focused way. Queen g5 says Shego Padi. Interesting move, Shego. I think that's a very interesting move. He may be h4, he may do. But yeah, you have taken away the pressure there. That's a good idea. Queen g5. Thick skin says knight g5. Thick skin, but knight g5, I'll just take at g4. I'll take the pawn, you take the pawn, I'll take this. Jaden Thuttle says a4. Here a4. Ah, Jaden. But you know, Jaden, I understand what your plan is. If I take here, actually I can take because my queen protects that pawn, bishop. So you can't do this bishop f2 business. Not so sure. Okay. Let's see how Ding responds. My feeling is he will go queen g5, as one of our viewers has mentioned. I don't think he will want to go for this line. But even here, queen g5 is a very nice move. So could be that he might do this. Gh and take here. But Arjun is Arjun. I mean, Arjun is Arjun. He might do knight f3. And his point is, if you play hg2, then king g2, and then maybe he can swing his rook over the h file. So there are many very rich ideas in this position that can happen, where you want him to take here, I mean gh3, knight f3, stuff like that, or you can take back spoil your structure and play. I'm actually very interested to see what will Ding do. Let's come back to this game in a bit. Meanwhile, let's check what Magnus Carlsen is up to against Abdusattorov. So what happened is, after Magnus chopped this pawn, Abdusattorov took 3 minutes and played rook g8 and told Magnus, do you want to take this pawn or this pawn? Now, question to the chat. If you take this pawn, why is this a blunder? White played queen f7, black to play. Be careful, be careful. Why is this a mistake? Of course, Magnus is not going to fall for this. And you guys are very quick to spot it. Well done. By the way, the rating of this viewership, if you see above Magnus on the left, is 2692. So we are around Super GM level. But our aim is to reach 2700. Okay, we reached 2715. Now our aim is to reach Magnus's rating. Magnus's rating is 2859. Let's see if we are able to reach there. We have surpassed Nodirbek 2713. Can we surpass Magnus Carlsen? Okay, the move here, by the way, all of you said rook g2, brilliant move. And the right move is suggested by Shaumik, Sudhakar, Clara, Snehashish, Devi Prasad, Jumma, Akshay, Abhibhav, Jagannath and Harshit. (2771), getting closer to Magnus's rating. The main point is if you take with the king, bishop h3 check and queen is lost. So Magnus had a choice between taking the pawn on h7 here, which seems okay, or coming back, and he has come back. And that means the engine is unhappy with this. Queen b2. The engine is not very pleased. But I think humanly, this is a very interesting variation. Especially because the queen is opposite the king. So my one question here is, can black, okay, can black pin this bishop like this? It is possible, but then he'll go bishop c5, hitting the queen. Doesn't work. Finmat says engine can be unhappy. Carlsen is very happy. And we have, by the way, surpassed Magnus Carlsen's ELO 2899 now. Amazing. I think here there is a phenomenal move that Nodirbek has. And I don't even understand how it works. Actually, I do understand now. Can you find it? Black to play. I don't think Nodirbek will find it. It's humanly very tough. But still, can you find it? Don't look at the engine. Think. Guys, socho. So the move here, let's see what you guys have come up with. Bishop h3. I guess I thought you would go for it. it's not a bad idea at all. G3 would be played. And looks good, yeah, you weakened the light squares a bit. So that is not a bad idea at all. I was wondering if you could take here, but actually you cannot. We'll come to it in a second. The right move here, and very interesting, is bishop g4. Hitting here, okay? And this move has been said by few people, Alok, Sachin, Abhibhav, Sanish, Lakshmi, Kanan, Harshit, Shashank, Devi Prasad and Vilas. You want to take here and he cannot take back because this would hang. But here's the catch. He can take here and defend this. What is the move that black can play here? That's an important move which Magnus must see. Which Nodirbek must see here. Sudhakar Kuchibotla, so quick. Yedan Thattil, so fast. Shreyas Gokhale, well done. Deveshwar Menaka Sundar, well done. Sanish, well done. Valanka, well done. Kushagra Jain, Alok Raj, Naman Chordia, Shaunak Bhalerao, Devi Prasad Punja, Srini Shruti, Midilesh. Too good. Shriyana Malya, well done. The point here is you can take with the queen. And you're like, what? Isn't the queen hanging? But back rank. Boom. Checkmate. Knight will come in and knight takes e1, checkmate. Rook takes e1. So, this is the point. Actually, bishop g4 forces the knight to move. And now, you might think, okay, but I can play knight d4. But again, here, it's losing. Because of, look at this move. Boom. What? How? Kaise? How does this work? Take on c7. What is the winning move here for black? Come on. Look at the tactics. It's beautiful position. Beautiful. Black to play. Can you look at the tactics? Suddenly we have crossed 3000 ELO. Guys, do like the stream. Let's take it to 2000 likes. Well done. Knight f3 check. All those who mentioned this move, brilliant job. Not knight e2. Not knight e2. Knight f3. Kushagra, Jaden, Shaumik, Midilesh, Alok, Madhumitan, Keyur, Jagannath, Shreyas and Sangeet. Why? Why is knight f3 working? Think about knight e2. Knight e2 does not work because of bishop e2. And now the problem is there's no check for you. But if you play knight f3, now he can go to f1, he can go to h1. If he goes to h1, this is checkmate, game over. Khatam? That's done. If he goes to f1, here, check, king e2. And now guys, can you find the winning move here for black to play? Very nice. I saw two questions in the chat that two different people asked. One person asked, I have 15 days to play my next tournament. How should I prepare? The second person asked, Sagar, how to be handsome like you? So now I'm thinking which question to address. Is it how to be handsome? Because that's what I think all the time. And I can give you some good advice. Or how to prepare for a tournament. I don't know which one is more important for our chat. Have to think. But first, try to think what should black do here. Let me see if you guys... Brilliant. Both the answers are correct for a change. Knight d4 mate in 1. Knight g1 also mate in 1. Both are mate. So mate in 1 comes for both, and I have to read 20 names now because you guys are all right. Shaumik, Sanish, Preeti, Alok, Sangeet, Harshit, Manish, Suraj, Rajat and Snehashish, Sudhakar, Midilesh, Kalkadu, Aditya, Shubhi, Kushagra, Hriday, Abhibhav, Ratul and Saurabh. So the reason why I like knight g1 more is because very rare to put your knight on the first rank to checkmate someone. While knight d4 also is very pretty though. Okay. Now, that's the reason why you will see that after queen b2, bishop g4 is a super irritating move because he cannot go knight d4. Knight d4 cannot be played. So then what do you do? If you can't go knight d4, maybe you have to go back with your bishop. But then you stopped your pin here. That's not a good idea already. Maybe you move the knight to e1, but that's so passive, no? I can just come here. There's a very nice move here as well. Let's see if you guys... This is a tough move. Black to play. Let's see. bg4 is a very strong move, but I don't think Nodirbek will be able to find it so easily. He's thinking, and I think his attitude actually fits into the move bishop g4, because Nodirbek is one of those guys who never really trusts his opponents. You know, he's always like, no, I don't think what you're doing is great. That's his approach. So what is the move that you guys have come up with here? Oh, brilliant, guys. Rook d1. Love it. Absolutely love it. Rook d1 by Yeden, Vilas, Alok, Abhibhav, Anurag, Devi Prasad, Geo Squad, Vaibhav, Aditi, Ankit, Gangwar. Why is Rook d1 strong? Let's go to the depth of this. Why is Rook d1 a strong move? Can you tell me? Why is Rook d1 a powerful move? Yashwant says Wesley needs to make 10 moves in 2 minutes. What, really? Farooq says Uzbek Sila. I'm from Uzbekistan. Abdusattorov very strong. We all agree. Abdusattorov is amazingly strong. Oh, bishop g4 played by Abdusattorov. What a player. And look at him. Look at him. Let's go full screen and look at him. He makes the move bishop g4. And now when Magnus arrives, we must look at Abdusattorov. How he will look at him. Let's get rid of the board for some time. Because he played bishop g4. He found bishop g4. Man, these young talents are so good. There Magnus comes. Okay, let's see. Let's see Magnus's expression. Actually, while Magnus is writing the move, he's thinking that what is this bishop g4? In fact, Magnus is now in big trouble. I think he missed this move. Guys, timer is showing here below on the screen. Let's just put it here. Magnus's timer, and we put Abdusattorov here. I guess you can see it. Jean Sartre, we just saw. If takes, queen takes. Because you can't take with the rook. Rook d1 mate. You can't do that. Man, bishop g4. Sudhakar Kuchibotla says, what happens to knight d2? It's possible, Sudhakar. I think knight d2 is a playable move. He might just go king a8. And if you take here, he might take back here. And he'll just say, my king is okay here. You've gotten a bit passive with knight d2. So, it's not even like this position is lost or something for Magnus. But it is uncomfortable. And after losing yesterday, he might be a bit worried about his position. What should I do? Okay. 18 moves are played. 22 more moves to make before reaching time control. Please explain why rook d1 is powerful. So, if knight e1, rook d1 is powerful because black is an exchange up. And when you are ahead in material, you must trade pieces. Because it's the famous football theorem that we developed in the lockdown, where if one side has 11 players, the other side has 10 players in football, like one side has gotten red card and they have now 10 players, then it's still a fight, 11 versus 10. Start removing one player from each side and you come down to 10-9, 9-8, 8-7, and you will at some point come down to 2 versus 1, when actually 2 versus 1 is just impossible to defend for one player against 2. That's what, when you are ahead in material, you trade, you will get down to a situation where you will have a lot more firepower. So Nodirbek is now thinking, of course, he's still on the board, but it's Magnus's move and he's unhappy. Because I think what Magnus had considered, either knight d4, he missed knight d4 is possible, or he has missed that bishop c6, queen c6 is possible, but something he has missed. Pragg denied draw from Anish. I doubt if that is the true news, because I think Anish would not offer a draw before 30th move. In the game after knight c1, knight c6 did happen, rook a4, knight e5, Pragg went knight d3, he took, pawn takes, and we are on this position right now. It's equal. Let's see. Anish offered repetition like this. So Anish's knight is here. He goes knight c6. Pragg goes back. Anish comes back. Pragg now could come back and they could have repeated. But Pragg goes knight d3. He wants to fight. Maybe a subtle draw decline by Pragg. But okay, this game, I don't see it going anywhere beyond a draw. I feel it's going to be equal. Okay, very quickly, let's have a look at Caruana and Wesley So, because you guys were mentioning about this game, and but it looks very equalish. Yeah, it doesn't seem anything spectacular. So I think Wesley should be, he should be able to, he has 19 more minutes, not 2 minutes. Okay, let's go to the game of Arjun Ding. And in Arjun Ding, what happened was after h3, he played a4. Now, his point was, if you take, now h4. Wow, I did not consider it. His point is very clear. This bishop has been deflected from this diagonal. Oh, so now I can't go queen g4, which earlier I could with the bishop here. Then g6 was hanging. But now you can't do it. So actually a4, bishop a4 would be a mistake. So he goes bishop c4, d5 played. Ooh. Guys, look at this. It's getting very sharp. He took, takes, 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 takes. Wow. Now, Arjun, I think this is such a sharp game because Arjun has to be careful on the f2 square. Something could come up. Meanwhile, Black's king is exposed. It's not at all easy. What should Arjun do here? I believe Arjun will take. And now Ding is in big question. In fact, Arjun's position looks pretty good here. Let's say Ding goes rook a d8, attacking d2. This is a big blunder. Because of... Oh, he took on g4. He took on g4. Let's see what Ding does. Now, this is an important moment in the game. Arjun has taken on g4. Yesterday, the world number 2, Ding Liren, was defeated by the young Indian prodigy, Praggnanandhaa, who beat his first ever top 10 player in the world. First ever 2750 plus player. Not even 2800 plus. 2750. Because Praggnanandhaa's highest ELO rated opponent that he had beaten is Vidit Gujarati, 2727 in classical chess. So he beat Ding, and now Ding comes on this game and he's facing Arjun. And when you're facing Arjun, you have to be very careful because Arjun comes very well prepared to his games. He's very motivated, he's very strong. And now Ding is once again in trouble here. I think Ding's troubles actually began when he played the move d5 here. When he pushed his pawn to d5. Because there were other options here like knight queen g5, knight f6. But he pushed here, takes. And now he had to give up a pawn maybe with c6. Something on these lines he had to do. Because if you go here, I'll push you back even further with b5. But I think he did not like this. I don't know why he did not play c6. Because bishop is kind of trapped, yeah, there. Just look at this. If you play bishop c4, b5, if you play bishop f1, then all of a sudden h4. This is what we were talking about. h4 really traps the bishop because now queen g4 cannot be played when the bishop is not on this diagonal. Then there's no threat. So that's the reason why he took here, queen d5, fg, fg, hg4. And now if you take here, boom, queen g4. White is winning. You can't take on d2 because queen takes g6, king h8. And now many ways to win. Bishop e5 looks one. Rook e7 is even bigger crushing move. So this one is bad. Now we were talking about rook a d8 attacking d2. But then comes queen takes a4 attacking a7. So that's also bad. So then you ask your question, can I put the other rook here? So that when he takes here, I can hit this and I can give a disco to the queen. But then Arjun has a very strong move here, which is to remove the queen and attack one of Black's pawns. What is the move here? White to play. White to move. Yes, Anil Kumar, Alok Raj, Devi Prasad Punja. Well done. Queen c2. Attacking this. So there's no time because take here. It's game over. King h8, bishop e5. King f8. There are many ways to finish off your opponent. One of them is rook e5 with the idea of rook f5. So h takes g4. And now Ding needs to find a move which is queen d3. Again, very tough move. And there is one big threat here. Let me know if you guys saw it. If I take here, what's the move that wins for black? Black to play and win. Let me put on this board so you can see it clearly. What is the winning move for black here? Absolutely correct. Queen g3. You guys are very sharp. We saw this happening to Ding with queen g4, queen g6. Now it is happening to Arjun with this. So this motif, whenever the bishops are on this diagonal, keep in mind this motif comes again and again. So here queen takes g3 is a good move. And Shreyas, Ayam, Midhilesh, Debroop, Sandeep, Deven, Anil Kumar, CD, Alok and Madhu Mithan, you guys have got this absolutely right. So now we will quickly switch to the game of Magnus while Ding Liren is thinking he must find the move queen d3 when Arjun can go knight e4, queen d1, rook d1 and play this position where white has slightly better chances after rook d7, but very likely that the game ends in a draw here. But this is how the game should continue, but it's not easy. We will see if Ding Liren manages to find this. If he does not, there are all sorts of ideas like taking here, queen c2 and all of that. And this is a typical Arjun position. He can really press. So going quickly to the game of Magnus Carlsen and Abdusattorov after bishop g4. Has Magnus Carlsen played a move? He's gone knight e1, which is actually good. That was perhaps the best move. But now Nodirbek, can he find another great move? Rook d1. Is it possible for Nodirbek to spot rook d1 move? Trading of the rooks. It's very important. Ravi Nagpuria says, can you show the line with knight d4? Ravi, it's just very simple. I take here. And you were saying rook c7, there is knight f3, right? It's just over. By the way, I forgot to show one line which is knight f3, gf3. And now there are many ways to win. One is bishop f3 check and followed by rook d1. Or directly rook d1, king g2 and then moving the bishop away. That's also winning. And if knight d4, ed4, that's what you were talking about, then here queen f4 and black is once again better. So knight e1. This makes complete sense. Usain Bolt in the chat says, I'm currently in playing arena. Magnus Carlsen resigned. Oh, that's a very interesting scenario to be in, right? If you are in the playing hall, right, there is no delay there. So you can spot things a little faster. Yeah, of course, phones are not allowed, for sure. I can tell you guys that after rook d1, bishop d1, this is going to be a very tough task for Magnus to hold this endgame. He will have to play out of his skin for the very simple reason that he has no counterplay here. Like he's an exchange down. He has one pawn, but he does not have any play. The knight is not playing. Bishop takes c6 is no threat. This bishop has no real thing to do. Geo Squad says, I'm in my room, sleeping on the bed, eating pizza flavored Doritos, watching you. I guess there's nothing better in life than what you're doing. You reached a high already in life, right? From here, you can't do anything. You can become a billionaire. You can have inner peace. You can have whatever enlightenment, but nothing beats this. It's only downhill. You should not have so much fun in life that then there's nothing left. Like, you have the best thing you're watching, you're eating the best thing, and you're doing the best thing, that's you're sleeping. What to do? Okay, let's quickly go and check what is up with Praggnanandhaa Anish Giri, because no, this is Gukesh. Let's quickly check Gukesh. We haven't seen since quite some time. He went knight c4, Gukesh went h4, king g7, and now Gukesh went rook b3, bishop e7, and rook c3. And I think Gukesh might have missed black's next move, which is a very powerful one, I believe, which is to put your knight on b2, hit the rook, hit the pawn. And if you take here, black is already clearly better. So Gukesh has to now find, if he goes knight b2, rook d c1, then you take, I take with the rook, then you take here, I move in here, attacking your bishop. Where does your bishop go? It does not have great squares. Let's say it takes a pawn. I go knight d6, attacking here, and white has enough counter play. So for now, let's see if Richard Rapport plays knight b2. I think it's a good move. Gukesh has to play well. Otherwise, he could get into trouble. His pawn is weak. This pawn is weak. Both his rook pawns are lonely and isolated. So he must be very careful. Let's go Praggnanandhaa versus Anish Giri. So what happened is, after cd3, rook a f8 was played by Anish, putting pressure on f2. He went rook b4, putting pressure here. And Anish went c6, defending here. And Pragg went d4. So actually, Pragg has at least on first sight, it looks like a very nice position. He wants to play f3 maybe and then get his rook out. But if he goes, let's say for example, I play king g7. And if you play f3 here, I think black has one very interesting move here. What is it? It's called as a minority attack. Why is it called minority? Because less of your pawns attack a bigger mass of your opponent's pawns. Yes, g4. Exactly, g4 move. And this can create, then the rook cannot move, because then if you take here, this is hanging. Rook moves, then gf3 is hanging. So maybe it's not the best to play f3. For now, let's see what Anish does. I'm pretty positive that he'll go king g7. It's a typical Anish move. If we know anything about Anish Giri, it is that he likes to have coordination. And also rook f4 is one idea, but then this is hanging, which he would not like. So, continuing with my guessing of the moves of these great players, which are not very obvious. Let's see if I'm correct with this one. King g7 is my thought. Let's quickly go and check the game of Arjun Erigaisi versus Ding Liren. Did Ding make his move? Oh, he played? No, he didn't play. Ding Liren is still thinking. Ding's time is down to 21 minutes. He has only 21 minutes left. And he has to make 17 moves. Meanwhile, his position is tough. Guys, look at the black king. He's exposed. Count the pawns. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. White has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So white is threatening to take here. And if you take here, by the way, queen g4 is lost for you. Because g6 is hanging, followed by rook e7 and bishop e5. And all this business. So it's not at all easy. It's only move here maybe, which is this. Or you can play knight f6, which is to defend here and attack here. But as we know that in such a position, queen c2 hits here. Cagnus Malson says, miss chess and you a lot, Sagar bhai. Cheers. Cagnus, thank you so much for your super chat. I also miss streaming a lot. But I believe there was a lot of chess on ChessBase India channel. Guys, I will tell you one small statistic which actually made me very happy. And I guess it will also make you quite surprised. ChessBase India. Okay. Here's the thing. How many videos did we publish in last 365 days? Only ChessBase India. Can you tell? How many videos did we publish in the last 365 days? Any idea? 1,000, 400, 1,200, 365. Can I tell you the number? We published 2,827 videos in 365 days on ChessBase India channel. 2,456 recorded videos, 252 live streams, and 119 shorts. That's the amount of content. And there is no content which is like loosely made. Yeah, it's all interviews or some game analysis or some playing video. That roughly comes to around 8 to 9 videos a day. If you combine ChessBase India Hindi and ChessBase India clips, then the total number of videos that we have published is 3,822 in last 365 days. That's a total of 10.4 videos a day. 10 videos a day. And so I was very proud of that we've published so much content, and that too not like low quality. Yeah, it's a decent quality content. So I'm actually quite happy, and there are more things that we have written in that article. 1,000 articles written, out of which, on our news page, chessbase.in, in 1 year. That's 3 articles almost per day. Okay, coming back now, Ding Liren is thinking very intently. He must figure out what to do. He is in some trouble for sure, but let's see how he deals with it. Very quickly, let's go to Magnus Carlsen, who's also in some trouble. Did Nodirbek find the move? By Nodirbek की क्या बात करें हम? What do we tell? What do we speak about Nodirbek? What a player. He did go rook d1 and he told Magnus, exchange. Magnus said, okay, I'll exchange. But now Magnus in trouble. Now, Queen b1. Okay, this is what I think could be an interesting move. Why is this interesting? Because I'm attacking here and I'm attacking there. But this pawn, Nodirbek can just ignore. He can go rook d8, defend this, and if you try to get cheeky with this move, there is one move which is just killing. It's a double attack. Can anyone tell me what is the move here? Double attack very quickly. How do you find double attacks? Look at the loose pieces and attack them. Black to play. I love how you guys are super quick with these answers because you have a great vision. Queen a5 attacks the bishop and the knight. LPDO, loose pieces drop off. Chess Super FC, Sangeet Dhabi, Vignesh Kannan, Soumik Banerjee, Goenka, Sneha Sheesh, Anil Kumar, Deven Tiwari, Aditi Goswami, Midhilesh. Brilliant job. Queen a5 is just a killer move. Okay. Going back here. So BD1 and Magnus is thinking, ki bhai, kare to kare kya? What should we do? And I believe this is not an easy position for Magnus to play. He has to play for a draw now. He has to defend. And that is never easy. Meanwhile, let's quickly check. What did Anish Giri do? Did he go King G7? No! I did not guess Anish Giri's move correctly. He played D5. I was thinking he'll go King G7. That's very bad. But now he takes. Pragg takes on D5. Okay. Deep within, we all want our pieces to be together, right? Being together means you don't want to create more pawn islands. If you don't want to create more pawn islands, then take with ED, right? But here, you must realize that rook e1 is possible. Open file. And the question is, can he just not take on f2? Well, if he takes on f2, I'll take on b7. And there's no real checks here. So actually, Anish Giri has to be careful. I feel like Anish is taking a bit of stress here. The position still looks very rough, very equal. Like CD, I think again rook b6 might put pressure here and here. He may not want that. So ED definitely is going to be played, I think. And then rook e1, taking the open file. This is what can happen in this game. But I believe this will end in a draw still. Looks like a draw, but both are playing on. Let's quickly check the game of Gukesh versus Richard Rapport. Whoa, what happened here? Gukesh, after rook c3, knight b2 was not played. Oh, I thought he would go knight b2. Sorry, knight b2 I thought he would go, but he did not play knight b2. He played a6. Now one question very quickly. If he takes here, why is this a blunder? Just, I don't even want like chat moves. Just very quickly, guys. In 30 seconds. Rook d c1, Chess Super FC, Ishprit, Shrikant. Don't just say rook c1, guys. Rook c1 matlab ye rook ya this rook. You know, both rooks can go to c1. Say rook dc1. Rook dc1 is the correct move and white wins a piece. So that's the reason why he played a6. To protect it with b5, Gukesh went h5. He went b5. And now Gukesh finds a great move. h6. And this is Gukesh's favorite motive. Push the pawn to h6. And then fix this weakness here on h7. Usko pura fix kar do, aisa. ठीक है? This becomes like a huge weakness. And then this king also gets trouble in the back, on the back rank. So king f8. I like Gukesh's position now with this h6 pawn. On h4 it was weak, but on h6 it's a strength. So very solid position for Gukesh. Let's hope that today Gukesh manages to make a comeback. He has been having a tough event here, but this can be the game that he can make a comeback. Very quickly, let's go with Magnus Carlsen. Did he play a move? Yes, he did. He went bishop f1. Now, one of the qualities of becoming a world champion is objectivity. Okay? And objectivity is very tough in life. You know? Because it's like, just imagine, you wanted to make the best loud one. Okay? And you're very excited. You're like, oh, I'm going to make the tea. I'm going to pour the milk and then the water. And then I'll put this and I will put the ginger and I'll make a beautiful tea. You're just thinking about these things. Suddenly, while you are thinking, you drop the milk. And at that point, all your dreams crash down. Now, at this point, you can get thoroughly demotivated and give up your dream of making a tea because you really were so excited and suddenly everything has fallen. Or you say to yourself, look, there's some milk there still. I can clean this up. It was not part of my plan, but it's the best I can do in this situation. This is exactly the situation of Magnus. He came to this game with the idea that he must win against Nodirbek with white pieces. Now, the milk has already dropped. He has to readjust his thinking and come to this that no, I need to now hold this. I need to clean the mess because then I will get a chance to make the tea again tomorrow. That is the next round. But if you lose today, yes, you get to make tea tomorrow, but you've already made a mess again. So, very tough, and world champions are generally very good at this. You know, we many times think that world champions are very good at playing chess. What we forget is world champions are very good at chess psychology. And let's see, I mean, if Magnus holds this, we would really have to salute him, because here he is in trouble. Okay, let's quickly go to Ding Liren, because everyone's saying Ding Liren blundered, which is, what did he do? He went knight f6. It's not a blunder, guys. It's not the blunder. It was the second best move in the position. The best move was queen d3. He has played knight f6. And now let's just closely assess this. Because the move that Arjun has to find here, not easy, is queen c2, which is to attack this. When you attack it, very natural is for black to defend it, correct? But then you move in with a check. Okay, black says, fine, I get it that you want to checkmate me, but I'll block. And once I block here, white plays the move c4, because it attacks the queen. Now the queen must keep this pawn protected, otherwise the rook will come in and chop it off. Like, let's say if I go, I don't know, queen d8, just for the sake of argument, I'll take, and I will go like boom. This is hanging. Okay, get it. So you don't go there, you have to go to c6. But now I bring my other rook, and just notice this position carefully. If I take here, I go here. And now this is hanging. So you see that the problem is the weakened position of the black king. Okay, let's go back. And firstly, think whether Arjun can find queen c2. How easy is it? He's thinking, let's just zoom in on Arjun and see. For the first time in many days, Arjun Erigaisi finds it important to look at the chessboard. Because otherwise, we generally see Arjun Erigaisi looking in all directions. Because chessboard is in his head. But here, he is looking at the board. Now, will he manage to find the move queen c2 here? Or will he play c4? Because this is also very tempting. You know, with c4, what you're doing is you are pushing the queen away. And now if queen d3, he can attack here. So that really puts c4 in not such a good light. I think Arjun, I feel, very likely is going to find this move. It's stopping queen d3. It's attacking g6. What do you think, guys? Do you think he'll find it? Yes or no? What do you think? Yes? I also think yes. And I think a lot of you think that he will find it. I also feel he will go for it. Queen c2 attacking here. Black does not have too many good options. Because b7 is weak. e7 is coming. g6 is hanging. c7 is hanging. But okay, you have to take care of your f2 point. People want to see Magnus game. Let's quickly check if Magnus made his move. No. Yes, actually couple of bishop f1. Nodirbek goes knight to e5. Okay. Knight has come to e5. Now, what's the idea? I think his idea is to exchange more pieces. So, for example, if you go h3, Nodirbek can now play, if I'm not wrong, knight f3 check. Knight takes f3, bishop takes f3. But now the engine suddenly likes white's position because of queen f6. Hitting the bishop, hitting the pawn. Okay, I just drop back my bishop. And now what is the problem here? White to play. I want at least 200 people to answer this. Let's see if our chat is ready enough to find this move. We have 4,200 people. I'm asking for 5% of you to answer. 5% is nothing. Also, guys, do like the stream so that more people can join in. Today's round getting very, very intense. Let's see how many of you did answer. 197. Oh my goodness gracious me. Bishop d6 is the correct move. But look at the number of people. 256. 266. Viyash, Ayam, Sudhakar, Goenka, Anil, Saurabh, Rohan, Sangeet, Deven and Jayvant. Guys, you are super quick because you answered with another 300 people answering there. That's amazing. And chat, well done. All of you. Brilliant job. Okay, that's not going to happen. But then why did he play knight e5? Maybe he wants to go knight to c4. That is a possibility. Someone said, please Sagar, read all 300 names. Okay, guys. Time to read all 300 names. We'll meet after 10-15 minutes next. You know, today I'm feeling a bit like Magnus. Because today is my last day that I'll have this hair. I'm going for a haircut tomorrow. So maybe it's like, it's the closest I can get to Magnus. You understand what I mean, right? It's like my rating is 2400 and tomorrow it's going to drop another 100 or 150 elo points. So although Magnus is 2800, it's still the closest I will ever be. So when Magnus does this or something, I also feel like doing that. Anyway, let's come back to the game. You know, where I go to cut my hair, the barber generally is very happy. It's like, you know, low effort money. Like I sit and he tells me, you have very little hair here, you should do hair spa. And I'm like, I don't have time for hair spa, maybe we'll do it next time. It's going on since 10 years now. I say next time, next time, next time. Soon he'll be like, hair hi nahi hai, now there's no hair to do hair spa. So he just cuts like a little bit, like 5 minutes, and then he charges me whatever his fee is. So just not very happy. Okay, let's quickly go and check what is up with Anish Giri and Praggnanandhaa. Oh, Anish took with the c pawn. Wow, what a decision there by Anish. I think he didn't really want the e file to open up completely. But then Pragg did go rook b6 and Pragg is saying I'm attacking here and here. Anish says I can defend. No problem. But now Pragg says I can attack again. And now Anish comes up with his king. Okay, I know what Pragg is going to do. Guys, when there is an dash, you take it. When there is a dash, I don't want to move. When there is a dash, you take it. What to write in the dash? Open file. Brilliant. No, not opportunity. When there is an open file, you take it. So what is the move? When there is money, you take it. That is true. That is true. When there is a free pawn, you take it, but there is no free pawn. That is true. So here the main thing is, yes, Pragg takes it, the open file. Rook c1. And now he's coming here. So Anish, under pressure, guys. I feel Anish Giri has messed this up in quite a big way, the position. And the little genius, little Praggu, after beating Ding Liren, might seriously put Anish Giri under pressure. Think about it, okay? I'm giving you the facts. This rook cannot be dislodged. It's putting pressure here and here. This pawn is kind of pressing these two pawns. The black king is okay. It's active. This rook doesn't know where to go because f file kuch hai nahi. There's nothing much on the f file. On the c file, there's already a rook here. So what to do as black? Let's say you want to do rook d8. Okay, just as an example move. Sample move. Now, Pragg says, my king is not in the game. I'll play f3. My point is to bring the king up. Step by step. Okay, Anish says, I'll wait. Moment you wait, I will try to improve my position further. Now, there are 2-3 plans here for white. One plan is to go b4, but not play b5 instantly. He goes king g6, by the way. He doesn't go rook d8, but just as an example, there's b4, b5, and there is g4, h4 for white. So, many opportunities for white here. Meanwhile, Anish Giri goes king g6. Now, the thing about Anish is that he senses danger very quickly. Yeah, he's the ultimate danger sensor in the world of chess. Because we all know, once he's in trouble, he just sort of closes down things and he's like, draw, I will fight for a draw. And I think his sort of spidey sense is already switched on. He's like, Pragg is pushing, I need to be careful. So very quickly, if you go f3 here with the idea of coming here, he wants to activate the rook and hit this. So Praggnanandhaa will very likely play a move, which is to stop this. What does Pragg do? Come on, quickly. It's a tough move. It's a prophylactic move. You guys are very used to attacking moves. You also need to learn how to stop opponents' plans. How do you do it? Exactly. You play g3. Brilliant job, all of you. Fantastic. You guys are becoming better positional players. Now he cannot do this. But then Anish, if he doesn't do anything, Pragg is slowly going to bring his king up. Then as we know, he has this plan b4, b5. So a lot of things can go wrong for Anish Giri. Careful here. Let's quickly go and check what is up with Arjun Erigaisi, because Arjun had to find queen c2 and boy, he found it. He found queen c2 in 11 minutes. He took his time, but he found it. Okay, Ding again finds the best move, because I'll tell you why this is good. He has stopped rook e7. Because king g7, there was rook e7. If you had gone here, king g7, there was rook e7, rook entering. With queen f7, he defends the g pawn and he stops rook e7. But, what did the queen lose control of? Which pawn? Why don't we go and just check? Just take it, right? Yes, exactly, rook b7. But then, Ding is like, I will take g4. And now I have 1, 2, 3 and 4 attackers on f2. But he can go here and have 1, 2, 3 defenders here and 4. So that is safe. But there could be a better move, right? You may want to look at a better idea than rook b7, because for now, this pawn may not be the most critical thing. Or it could be. I don't know. Arjun could chop this pawn, or he could go knight e4. I really like this move, knight e4. Why? Because if you take, rook takes, this is already disaster for black. For the main reason being that this pawn is now clearly hanging f2. What did he do? No, he took on b7, which is very human. We thought he would do that, and Ding instantly takes here. And now Arjun will instantly play knight e4 because that's the only move. You can't give up this pawn. Arjun, 16 minutes on the clock for Arjun, 14 for Ding. We are at move number 25, 15 more moves to make. It's getting very intense here. Oh, you want to take this pawn? Sorry, f2 is hanging. Don't do that. First go knight e4. Now, once you go knight e4, you are threatening to take here because you have defended this. And it's, let's see if Arjun plays knight e4. I'm very sure he will play it very quickly. Let's go and check the game of Gukesh, because Gukesh was pressing against Richard Rapport. What has happened here? Actually, Gukesh, after h6, king f8, AB, rook b3, he went b4. And maybe a good move now was bishop g5, trying to trade off the bishops, attacking h7 and also the b4 pawn, because the bishop defends that, right? But Gukesh instead went knight c5. that's a very, very interesting move. Because now if you take, he takes, you can't take with the rook. Very clear, right? Why can't you take? Guys, can we aim for 300 people to answer this? Very tough. Now we are going like suddenly more, 3% of you to answer. How many? Let's see. 120 people already check and you lose the rook. You check and you lose. Bishop d6, very powerful move. Gopal, Nishkit, Himnisa, Satya, Hassan, Jairam, Gaming, Rishikesh, Saumyadeep, Nitin. What I like is new names in the chat. So many new people also thinking. Very good, guys. Keep it up. Okay. So knight c5, he wants to take this pawn. He's very, very keen to do that. And he's like, you can't go rook b8, my bishop will chop it off. But can we go e5? No, you can't, because knight d7 and knight e5. Sminil says knight takes. What knight takes, Sminil? Knight takes what? Because knight can't take anything right now. Oh, Arjun blundered. Did Arjun blunder? What did he blunder? Because that position seemed very, like there was nothing much there. Arjun played knight f3. I was pretty sure he would go knight e4 defending here. But Arjun went knight f3. I wouldn't call it a blunder. I would call it more like a little inaccuracy. Because now the knight is placed here. But bishop b6. Ding says, hey Arjun, your rook is now trapped. And Ding looks a little confident now. Arjun seems a bit worried. I have a question. If you went knight e4, could he have played bishop b6 here as well? You know, guys, here the main thing is, and I believe this is the big difference, the big differentiator between putting your knight on e4 and f3 is, oh, knight takes bishop is hanging. Oh, I miscalculated, huh? Oh, 1 second. In Gukesh's game, I was very confident of bishop d6. 1 second. What did I just do? Bishops. Oh, I just blundered, yeah? Rook c5. And there's no bishop d6 because knight d6. That would not be good. Actually, rook b4 is the best move. So maybe I was trying to trick you guys, but I got tricked myself. Very poor. Okay, so actually he could have taken there and taken on c5, but I think Richard is trying to be a bit more ambitious here. He goes knight d6. Knight b6. Okay. New name Sagar bhai. Now I understood why there were new names. Oh, everyone's saying, but it was not a blunder, by the way, guys. It was not a total blunder because I didn't blunder a piece. You know, I mean, it's a bad move, but rook takes. But actually, in fact, it's very bad because after rook a1 check, king g2, there is rook g5, rook h5 and trouble. Let's go to Nodirbek game. What did Nodirbek do as a mistake? Let's quickly check. Oh, did Nodirbek do that? I think what Nodirbek missed is what we were also looking, right? So rook d1, bishop d1, bishop f1, knight e5. And he went h3. And Nodirbek now had to go like bishop h5, bishop g6, perhaps some ideas like that. But he went bishop f3. But it's not an easy move to find. Look, Nodirbek's idea is very clear. If you take here, he wants to play take, king h1. And now what is the positional move here for black? It's a very, very sophisticated positional idea that you have to find black to play. It's not. Okay. Okay, guys. I understand. It's not easy to fool you guys. Queen h2 is a mate. Okay. No positional sophistication. But here, after bishop f3, the best move here is queen b1. I don't even understand why queen b1. He's attacking this pawn. But what if I just saved it? Boom. Oh my god. Queen h7 is a very powerful move. Because now I'm threatening the rook. And if I save this rook somewhere like this, check. And the king has nowhere to go. If you move the queen, knight is hanging. Wow. So queen b1 with the idea of queen h7 was a key move for Magnus to find, but it was very tough. So Magnus played queen d4. And now Nodirbek finds the best move, rook d8. And now Magnus finds the best move, queen h4. If truth be told here, guys, if truth be told, this looks like a position which is not easy for black to convert. But it's also not very easy for white to defend. It's a very tough position for both sides. Let's see who comes out on top. Dhruva Virat Dhruva says, Sagar bhai, thoda difficult question पूछो. ठीक है. I will ask you a very difficult question here. What should black play? Think. You don't want tactics. You don't want easy. It's not easy. All games today are crackers. You know, Pragg starting to press with Anish. Arjun, Ding Liren, very equalish, very interesting back and forth. Nodirbek putting pressure against Magnus. Gukesh, Rapport, fighting game. Very enjoyable. And actually, very quickly, if we see the view here and see the games of Maqsoodlu Van Forest, Maqsoodlu completely winning. Parham Maqsoodlu beating Jordan Van Forest. Aronian versus Vincent Keymer. Aronian clearly better. So today is the game. By the way, one game already ended. Fabiano Caruana and Wesley So drew their games. Okay, their game. Now I want to go very quickly to Praggnanandha's game because I wanted to see if Praggnanandhaa played g3. He did. You know, guys, you found it. You were good. But Anish went rook f3. Now Anish's idea is, I want to come here and I want to attack this pawn. That is my idea. Now Anish must create play. So he goes here. So Praggnanandhaa quickly goes and defends rook d1. Now, it might seem for the moment it's a passive move, rook d1. But Pragg has active ideas in his head. His idea is to go king g2, kick this rook and then come back to the c file. Now, notice what Anish will do. What will Anish do is like, hey, rook d1 has moved away from the c file. Why don't I go from here and here, try to get the c file? So what Anish will do is go rook f8. So Pragg will be like, oh my god, he's going there. So he'll go rook c1. Now Anish will come back and he'll be like, Pragg, I'm coming rook d3. Pragg will go back and they'll defend this. But rook is coming here. Pragg will go here, draw. But, there's a big but there. The but is that I can go rook e1, attack your e-pawn. Change the move. Now he cannot go rook c8, correct? Because if you go rook c8, you lose e6 with a check. Okay, you can't do that. So what will you do? You will play king f6. If you play king f6, suddenly I go rook f1 and rook is like, "Arey king, nikal side, nikal, mere ko jana hai, I have to go to f3. But now if he nikal side, then rook c3, Pragg has made progress. It's Praggnanandhaa progress. So, here, he must play carefully. He must go maybe rook f6. But if you go rook f6, now suddenly you go king g2. Take that under control. He tries to defend this. You take this open file. You go rook e3, rook c3, something. I think Anish Giri has some massive problems here. And this rook is that problem in your life which you cannot get rid of. What is that, guys? Please write in the chat. What is that problem in your life which you are not able to get rid of? It's like wedged into your life, into your position. Some people are saying wife. Guys, please. Don't say all that. Someone said chess-based India. Why? How is chess-based India wedged into your life? You just shut your YouTube channel. Go and do something else. Let me not ask this question. Very tough. Bad answers in the chat. But look at Pragg. Pragg drinking water. He's definitely feeling the confidence there. And Anish Giri, bit worried. Okay, going back to Arjun Erigaisi versus Ding Liren. Now, here what has happened is after bishop b6, Arjun did go c4. Now, imagine if your knight was on e4 here at this point. You could have had a deadly threat of c5, not just with your queen, but also with your knight. See, here knight e4, bishop b6, c4. And now if you try to stop c5 with rook a5, does not work. c5. That is why you need the knight there. But you put your knight on f3. Arjun put his knight on f3. Now bishop here. Ding suddenly comes with his rook and says, not only am I stopping c5, I'm also ready to swing my rook over to f5 and attack your position. That is the level of, subtlety in this position. One mistake and then suddenly you have to be now what is Arjun's next move? I don't know. What does he do? Is there something that you guys can see? Yes. Maharishi Roy says, looks like tables have turned. I agree. I can't find a move for Arjun. If he moves his knight, f2 hangs. If he moves his bishop, f2 hangs. His rook is trapped. He cannot move his rook where maybe rook e4 or something. You can already sense, you can sense the energy. Ding Liren looking very, very focused there. Oh, by the way, Arjun played rook b1. Okay, Arjun did find a move. And Arjun, very tricky guy, yeah. Arjun wants to just chop this. Take, and he wants to take the queen. So if Ding gets... That's over. Boom. Queen f6. Ding Liren showing good chess. Of course he's going to show good chess. He's world number 2. He's rated 2811. He's not going to give this up easily. Queen f6. Fantastic move. Coming out of this pin here. So that now if rook takes, he can take with the pawn. The queen is no longer hanging on f7. Okay. I get it. Tough position for Arjun Erigaisi now. It was very subtle, yeah. With one move, everything changed. But in this game, time pressure is going to play a massive role. 12 moves to make. Arjun has 9 minutes. Ding Liren has 10 minutes. Let's quickly go and check what is up with Magnus Carlsen. Because Magnus, what is he did? What is he doing? So Queen h4 here. Nodirbek finds the best move. bd5. What a guy. What a guy. Queen h7. And now Nodirbek should have taken the pawn here. Juicy pawn. Free pawn. Huh? He plays bishop c4. Interesting. Very interesting. Now, his idea is if you take here, he wants to take with the knight, attack the bishop. Let's say the bishop has to save itself. Where does it go? Bishop b4, correct? a5, I kick your bishop away. You go bishop c3. I go rook d1. So I am creating play as black. Bishop c4. Brilliant bit of chess here by Nodirbek. What about bishop into c7, says Siddhant Mohan in Arjun versus Ding. Let's go back to that position and check. But first, very quickly, let's just get a bit of a handle over this position, because is the world champion being pushed back because he has only 4 minutes on the clock. Look at that. Magnus Carlsen has 4 minutes on the clock and he is in some trouble here against Nodirbek, and he shouldn't take this, because if he takes, it's not easy. He must find some move like bishop b2, queen h4. Nodirbek is getting excited. You can see it. He's staring Magnus. He's looking there. He's confident. I think Nodirbek has played so many games with Magnus now over the board, like in World Rapid, World Blitz and all of that. And he's beaten him once. He's drawn. He has the confidence that he can beat Magnus. Okay, let's go and quickly check the game between Arjun, because you guys were saying there was a possibility of bishop takes c7. So, if Arjun were to go and chop this pawn, the problem is this bishop was defending the f2 pawn. So now I can go and chop this off, and I believe that this f2 pawn is more important than the c7 pawn, because now the white king is very weak and exposed. Okay? So I don't think that Arjun's going to get greedy and take this. But what is Arjun going to do? I don't know. He has to make a move. He has 6 minutes only. He has to make 12 moves. Please show the time. There is the time, guys. On the screen, please see the time. Look, I can show it here as well. Here's the time. Oh, he takes on c7. Oh my God. I didn't expect that. Arjun goes and takes the pawn. Unexpected, for sure. I think Ding has to take on f2. Arjun in trouble. Let's go quickly and check what is happening with Anish and Pragg, because there we thought that Anish was in trouble because rook d1. Oh, Anish has not played his move. Anish down to 5 minutes. Guys, I'm quickly going to go and grab some water. Till that time, enjoy the view of Magnus versus Nodirbek. Because Magnus versus Nodirbek, Magnus has only 3 minutes and he has played bishop b2. I'm going to quickly grab water. The threat is maybe bishop e5, queen e5 and bishop c4. So Nodirbek must take here on f1. But bishop b2 is such a cool move. You know, the way Magnus is defending, finding all these tricky ideas to keep the balance. Amazing. Not letting Nodirbek's advantage go out of hand. Let's quickly check Gukesh versus Rapport. What's happening there? So after knight c5, he went knight b6. And I think he couldn't take here because he was afraid of knight d5 and then tripled pawns here. But he played e4, rook d8, rook b1, because threat was to take here and then the rook was hanging. And so he played rook c8, knight b7, knight c5. Maybe a draw incoming. Yeah, rook d8, knight b7. And Gukesh will make third draw in a row perhaps, which is good for Gukesh. I mean, it should be fine. Let's quickly go and check the game of Arjun, Ding. What did Arjun do? Oh my god, look, bishop c7, bishop f2, king h1, that happened. He played rook f5, best move. And now queen e4, best move by Arjun. Man, the position is so complicated, so complicated. You know, I was thinking, could he take here? Because if you take back, there's a check here and it's almost mate, almost mate, because queen h3. And guys, can you find a killer move? Killer. Nothing less, nothing more, just kill it. Let's see how many in our chat are brilliant guys here. Brilliant. Rook f3, queen f3, queen h4, queen h3, and now just killer move. Man, you guys, can't beat you guys. You are just unbelievable in the chat. Either you guys are geniuses or you are just, I don't know what to say. Bishop e1, brilliant. Sudhakar, Safal, Vidya, Raghav, Akash, it's Aryan, Brain, Krishnan, Shreyas. I give my, it's just over. Queen h4, rook f1, mate. Khatam. Game over. So, rook f3, Arjun, I guess Ding might do this. Ding Liren might go for it. He's thinking, let's zoom in. Is Ding going to chop this off? He's thinking here. But that's the problem. First comes a check. Now you might think to yourself, what's the big deal? What is this check doing? How does it help? Because I can just go king h8. Well, here's the difference. Queen f3, queen h4, right? Queen h3, bishop e1. And now again the same concept, but now I give a check here. It's a very important check. And now if he takes with the knight, you have rook b8. Insane, stopping this. But tell me something, why could I not go rook b8 directly? Because of knight f2 check and you lose the queen. So first I go bishop e5 to deflect your knight and then I go rook b8. But then why can't I go king g8? Because then rook g7 check. Oh no, that rook g7. Sorry. Not rook h7, rook g7. So these are some crazy lines. Crazy lines. I need to get out from here because I'm blocking the board view. I need to go down like this. Yes. Man, the position is so insanely complicated that in 7 minutes, whether Ding will choose this or not is the question. And Anish Giri versus Praggnanandhaa, something happened there. Let's quickly go and check what happened. Anish Giri played king f6. What is Anish Giri's idea? Can we not go king g2? Where is Anish's rook going? g4? Do you want to go g4? I'll go h3. You want to go h5? Possible. But then I can go h4 and fix this weakness forever. h5 becomes another weakness in the long run. Like my rook can go at some point like this and then attack here. Don't underestimate it. But king f6, I believe Pragg can also go h3 first, but then he'll go h5. I think we are going to reach that position somehow. King g2, g4, h3, h5. And this is where you have to assess. Should we go h4? But why do go h4? Let's keep the tension. Let's play rook d2. What are you going to do? Build it. Like burn. Sort of let it boil. Let the pot boil. Because you have put your opponent under so much pressure where Anish has only 2 minutes left. Pragg has 10 minutes. I think Praggnanandhaa can press here. He can definitely put a lot of pressure. And we have to go and check what is up with Magnus Carlsen and Abdusattorov. Magnus Carlsen plays bishop f6. So what happened was here after bishop takes f1, king takes f1, check came in, king g1. Now be careful, don't chop this off. Your knight is hanging with a check. So he saved his knight. He played knight to f3. He took this pawn, bishop f6, attacking this rook. And now Nodirbek, where does he go? Look, again, very careful. If you go rook c8, Magnus says, Nodirbek, it's not about quantity, it's about quality. My h pawn is just supremely high quality. h5, h6, bring the queen out, h7, h8, I am winning. Because my bishop is an absolute monster. So Nodirbek says, Magnus, I am going to come after your king. I am not going to go rook c8 and just stand there. Okay, but how are you going to go after his king? Nodirbek, is he going to go like queen e6 back? Because if he goes queen e6 back, check here, king out, and then maybe again h4, h-pawn starts to roll. So perhaps Nodirbek says, oh my god, he's going a5. He wants to create his own queen. Here, so h-pawn versus a-pawn. Who's faster? What a crazy game. What a crazy game between Magnus and Nodirbek. Loving it. This is what classical chess is all about. You know, first you come under time pressure. 40 moves are coming up. 9 more moves to make. You have only 3 minutes as Magnus. Then you play, something will go wrong. Then you will get 50 minutes. And suddenly you have a lot of time, but your position is bad. Let's see if that happens. Okay, let's quickly go to Arjun Erigaisi versus Ding Liren. Did Ding sacrifice on f3? Oh, f3. Rook takes f3 on the board. Can't believe that this has happened. Rook takes f3. Now Arjun only move. Can Arjun Erigaisi find it? Man, guys, hold your breath. Arjun has 4 minutes 47 seconds to work this out. Can he find queen d5 check? Because it's the only move. Look, if you are naive and you take this, mate, king is going to get mated. Don't go queen g3. There is a bishop staying here, but knight e3 check. Khatam. Game over. Khalas. You are out. King can't go here. You have to give up your queen. Okay. Got it. You can't take with the pawn. But if you take with the queen, check here. As we saw, queen would be hanging, but queen comes here. And now this amazingly brilliant move that Arjun has to first see. Arjun must see that Ding has bishop e1, which is losing for him because of this check. Then he must backtrack and he must find an intermediate check. Because if he sees it, then king h8, then he plays the same line, and then he sees that in this there is bishop e5 check. Because after knight takes, there is rook b8. This is not easy, but if he spots all these moves, he's safe. He won't lose the game. Arjun Erigaisi needs to really find this sequence of moves. Will he do it in 3 minutes 36 seconds? All these days of hard work that you have done, and look at that zooming into the camera. The cameraman wants to give us that view. All this, you know, you do this hard work at home, you solve positions, studies, this, that, it all boils down to this moment. This is where you have to find it. Otherwise, you are just lost. And look at Arjun. He is as calm as a cucumber. He finds the check. Okay. Now, Ding can block with the rook, but I think blocking with the rook is a bit... I don't like... Look, if you do this, what's the move? Now, crazy move again. We saw king h8. We know how to draw there. But rook f7, what's the move here, guys? What's the move? It's just unbelievable. Your mind will get blown. Like, you will be like, ooh, what? You can't play chess like this. Bishop d8. Because now there's no queen h4 check. Okay, what if I take? Okay, you just lose the queen. You can't take it. But if you move your queen f4, suddenly, what did he do? Oh, he played rook f7. Now Arjun, look, king h8. He didn't play, he played rook f7. Arjun has to find bd8. Arjun has 3 minutes 25 seconds to find bd8. Can he do it? Guys, only move. Don't give this check or something. King will come to h7. Game over. Khatam. There's nothing. Only move. Bishop d8. Finds it. Good job, Arjun. Good job. Rook now stopping queen h4 check. He's found it. 4 minutes 49 seconds fighting on equal terms against world number 2 and world championship finalist. Okay, what does Ding do now? I know what Ding does. Ding comes here and says, Arjun, I'm mating you. Forced mate. But then Arjun says, bishop c7. Sorry, Ding. I'm stopping this. Okay, he says, I go back. Threatening mate. Okay, Arjun says, I do this. Draw. One idea. Other thing, by the way, is, oh, he goes queen f4. He goes queen f4. Now, wait. Okay, bishop c7, only move. Arjun, don't even think. You can't do anything. You can't take here. Because you take here, I take here, you take here, I take here. I'm piece down. Bishop c7. Arjun finds it. Guys, is this going to end in a draw? Or Ding Liren suddenly finds another crazy move. Okay, it's all about craziness now. Do you want to go crazy, or do you want to say, bas ho gaya, now enough for today. I don't want any more craziness. Let's repeat. But why not do more crazy stuff? Why not? Because if you take my queen, I'll take your queen. But I doubt he will do that. Let's see. Let's zoom in. Let's try to see what's happening. 4 minutes for Ding. And Ding also doesn't want draw, right? Ding wants to win. He's already lost to Praggnanandhaa. He's looking at the clock. He's like, oh, I have 4 minutes. I have 3 minutes, 52 seconds. How about rook h3? Someone asks in the chat. If check here, I just take nothing. You don't have any checks. Look, my queen is controlling this diagonal. My bishop is controlling this diagonal. You have no checks. So no rook h3 check. Guys, if you want to learn one thing from this game, is to just learn coolness and calmness of Arjun Erigaisi. Okay? Just notice how he is. He's so focused. And that, he found queen d5, he found bd8, he found bishop c7, and now he's putting that thing on Ding. Ding, what are you going to do? I wanted heart rates right now, guys. Heart rates chahiye tha. Right now, if you have heart rate, I think Ding wants to draw. This look of Ding is like, okay, I know I have a draw in my hand, but let me just look one final time. Do I have something more? Here? There is one variation, guys, which he can try. Queen f6, bishop d8, rook f5, attacking the queen. Because if you take here, I take here. This could happen. Then I give a check. Because if king h7, rook h8 mate. So you go back, rook f8. Okay. And then you take here, I take here, you take here, I take here, and then this end game is equal. Could happen. Let's go back. What is Ding doing? Ding has 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Very quickly, should we catch a glimpse of Praggnanandhaa Anish? Very quickly. Pragg, oh my god, what happened? Where did it go? G4, H3, H5, HG, Rook H1, Rook D3. Oh, Rook H1 played too quickly or what? No, but why did Pragg take? That's the question. He could have gone H4, but he decided to take. Maybe that was not a great idea because now, check. I don't know what's happening here. Let's quickly go back to Ding Liren game. Ding has not made a move. Ding is down to 1 minute. 1 minute 26 seconds. You know what Arjun is looking at? Oh, goes queen f6. Arjun asks, maybe subtle draw hint. Arjun like bd8. I don't have any other move. And now here Ding has options. Guys, this is where Ding has options. Because one move is knight e3. Knight e3. Bishop f6, knight d5. Rook b8 check forced. Rook f8, king f8. Rook b8 or gf3, knight f6. This is the variation we were looking at. I don't know if Ding has now the energy or the bandwidth to continue this game. I doubt. You know, the emotional energy is sapped at this point. You just want to end the game. You just want to draw it. But just when we think that someone wants to draw, sometimes champions have that energy within them. They want to fight still. And let me see. My feeling is Ding will draw. But if Ding does not, okay, let's see. No, draw. Yeah. He's agreeing to a draw. Arjun goes bishop c6. Arjun has no other choice. Arjun is like, My hands are tied. Ding, if you want to play, you play, but I have only 2 moves. So, is this going to end in a draw? I think somewhere Ding Liren wants to play. He's like, oh, give me a move. "43 seconds only for Ding." By the way, Arjun unbeaten in this tournament. Yeah, he's had 4 draws. Shaking his head. He's like, no, I can't find the win. Because I think Queen F6 is a draw now. Arjun can claim a draw. Oh, 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, play, Ding, play. Play, you will lose on time. Oh, he played Queen F6 when he had 2 seconds left. What? And look at Arjun. Arjun is like, it's a draw, I can claim it. So he's just looking at the score sheet. And he already, Ding agrees to a draw. Arjun was like, I'll call the arbiter because I'm going to play BD8. But Ding is like, okay, I'm agreeing to a draw. Both want to talk a lot, I think, here. Because this was an epic game. Epic game. Rook F5. He's saying Rook F5. That was the move we were talking about. Rook F5. I guess he would have seen Bishop F6. They're looking at the same live. They are engines, I think. They're just calculating like engines. Take. We just saw this line. Okay. Maybe they will go. Let's quickly check the game of Magnus Carlsen versus Nodirbek Abdusattorov. What's happening here? Oh, what? Where did all the pieces go? My goodness. So what happened here? He gave a check, king h2, a5. He went knight d4, queen d5, queen c2. Check. Bishop is hanging. f4. He took there. He took here, took there, check. And now took here. Oh my God. And now Magnus Carlsen has to be careful. But it's 39th move. There's just 2 more moves left. So first, H pawn is running down the board. From there, A pawn is running down here. And generally in queen endgames, if you have a passer, it should be enough to hold a draw. Because you have your own trump card. It doesn't matter if this is also there. Because you can start checking somewhere here. But this is not so simple because this king is okay. So for example, let's say, I can't push my pawn here. My f7 pawn is hanging. Can I improve my position somehow? Let's say I go here. Just for the sake of argument. Now you can't take this pawn because I have a3. And my pawn is way faster. So you can't do that. Let's say you go h5. What is really amazing is that Magnus has only 51 seconds, but he has only 1 more move to make. Now, very quickly, let's check what is up with Gukesh. Gukesh. Is Gukesh in trouble? Not really. Gukesh is doing fine. But they didn't agree to a draw, it seems. Oh, Gukesh fought on. I have a feeling that, look at this. Guys, this is insane. Here you are on -2 in the tournament. You lost the first 2 rounds, then you have drawn 2. Your opponent is 2740. He's higher rated than you. He is okay agreeing to a draw. You have repeated twice. He's ready to repeat. And you go king f1. And you're like, no, I want to fight. Man, crazy. What an attitude. What an attitude, man. If only we all can get Gukesh's killer attitude. What is the problem with d5? Oh, by the way, d5 just hangs. There's a rook also attacking. No, I can't play d5. Okay, brilliant attitude by Gukesh, but I don't know if his position warrants him to continue playing. Let's see what happens. What about Praggnanandhaa versus Anish Giri? Have they? Okay, lot of moves happened. They crossed 40 moves. Look at Anish sleeping there. Not sleeping, but thinking with his head down. check, king g5, he took, takes, rook b6, rook a5, b4, rook a4, b4, d4, rook b7. Oh my god. My god, my god, my god. Okay, but I don't know if it's my god stuff. Because I go here, you go here, I go here. No, actually it is my god stuff. Actually it's my god stuff. You know why? Check. King f6, rook d3. And now the problem is that this pawn is just too weak. Oh my god, Anish is Anish definitely in trouble. It's a draw, but he has to find many accurate moves. Yeah, Anish timer 0, guys. 40 moves are done. Don't worry. They have got 50 minutes more. We'll come back to this game. Actually, the most important game right now, Nodirbek versus Carlsen. 49th move. 39th move, f5. Magnus' final move to make before time pressure 17. He goes h5. He pushes his pawn. Magnus very calm, like plays h5 as if he's like all the time in the world. Now last move for Nodirbek. Actually, this is an important move. He has 2 minutes 30 seconds. How does he continue the game? Because this could mean that he can fight on. He goes queen h8. And if you guys remember Nodirbek versus Magnus from World Rapid 2021, Nodirbek won in a queen endgame against Magnus. Very similar, yeah. It was drawish, but there Magnus had little time. Here Magnus has 50 minutes, and I think Magnus with 50 minutes in this endgame, let's just say he will draw this. I think he'll draw this. Okay. So this one draw. Aronian versus Vincent Keymer. Aronian still keeping up the pressure. 40 moves done. Maksudlu and Forest. Maksudlu still winning. 40 moves done. Gukesh versus Richard Rapport. 40th move just completed. But Richard still has to play. And actually, what has happened is knight b7, rook d7, knight c5 happened. Okay. So I would say this one, Richard should agree to a draw, most likely. I think he will, because it's his last move before time. It's not like he has 50 minutes now to think. Either you take, and I think it's repeated already. No, it's already repeated once. One minute left. And this will talk a lot about Rapport's intentions. Will he go rook d8 or will he take on c5? That is the question. He takes. What is he going to do? "43 seconds. Guys, last move. Then we shift to other game. But right now, I want to see if he does this. And Gukesh has to agree to a draw, I think, now. Because after rook d8, he doesn't have too many moves. His pawn is hanging. And if he takes here, his knight is hanging. I don't think Gukesh is going to continue. Oh, he takes on c5. Man. Richard Rapport also. He's like, only Gukesh can keep fighting or what? I will also play. So now Gukesh takes here, attacks the knight, only move, rook takes rook, rook takes rook. Now this is hanging. So where do you go? Only move here. Otherwise, if you move your knight away somewhere, this becomes a super strong pawn. Okay, so knight c4. I want to take here and I want to take this pawn. Okay, Gukesh now can just play this. And then you take, and then you take, and then you take, and then you take, and then you shake hands, and then you go and sleep. Don't play anymore. Okay, let's quickly go and check Praggnanandhaa. Let's see if Anish Giri is still asleep. No, he's woken up. Anish after a nice sleep. This is nice, no, yeah. It's like, you're at your job. There's a lunch break. After nice, you can sleep for some time, then wake up. Okay, enough of jokes. Time to calculate, guys. Time to calculate. Because Anish Giri is calculating. What is Anish Giri's problem? You tell me. Actually speaking, if the white rook moves anywhere or anywhere here, then this pawn is hanging, correct? So why should Anish Giri push his pawn? There's no need to push it for now. Okay, so I'm playing king f5. My idea is very simple. As black, I want to come here. I want to push, then my king should support the pawn. I think Anish, look at him calculate. He's doing this. I think he's just making sure that all his calculations are correct. And this extra 50 minutes for a super GM, very unlikely that he will blunder. Can you just look at a top-down view and see if we can look at them? Oh, look at there, Anish. It's a nice view, by the way. Everyone sitting there, all white, all 40 moves ke baad everyone went to the washroom. Nice. Okay. Although the camera needs to be focused a bit. Oh, Aronian Vincent Keymer is here. My. Nice. We will check this game later. Because here Arjun and they were playing, no? So they drew. Okay. Nodirbek versus Magnus. Nodirbek Magnus. What did he do, by the way? Oh, Magnus ne bola. Magnus said, hey, Nodirbek, thank you for giving me your A pawn. I'll take it. Nodirbek like, thank you, Magnus, for giving me your H pawn. I'll take it. King G1. This is not an easy position to defend, though. Is tea, coffee available to players in between the games? Guys, this is Tata Steel, yeah. Definitely. Tea, coffee, fruits. I'm sure there's everything for them. Free, yes. They don't pay and they don't get. It's free. Come on. You're playing the best tournament in the world. Okay, Queen F3. Attacking G3. What does Magnus do? Because Magnus can go check and come back. Like, check here. King A7. Check, come back. Like that. But he can go King C7. And here, the more the king moves further, and look how the queen is defending both the pawns. So the king can start to come down the board somehow. So my feeling is that here Magnus should play a little carefully. There's no need to be too afraid, but still, I wouldn't say it's a trivial draw. It's not a trivial draw here. Yeah, Magnus should hold this. Okay, I wanted to go back to Pragg and Anish. Because we were looking at King F5. Okay, let's go to our big board. So, we can analyze comfortably. King F5. What is the move that puts the most pressure here? There is no rook d7 because rook takes b4 defends this. Okay, so that is out of question. Can I go check? Now you go here, suddenly I give check and you might lose this pawn. Although, truth be told, it might not be such a big disaster because now your c pawn, d pawn is very strong. King f3, d3. I don't know. I just get a feeling that this could go in the wrong direction, but with so much time that Anish has, it might not go in the wrong direction. Whew. People want quick summary. Okay, quick summary is the following. Let me put this view and give you a quick summary. Magnus Carlsen versus Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Crazy game. Magnus was in big trouble, defended amazingly well. We have come to this queen endgame where Magnus Carlsen still in some trouble because he's pawned down, but very likely that the game will end in a draw. Okay. Next game. Anish Giri versus Praggnanandhaa. Praggnanandhaa seems to be pressing slightly. He's a pawn up, but Anish Giri's king very strong, has a passer and a rook looking at the b4 pawn. Also, with good play, should end in a draw. Next game, Fabiano Caruana versus Wesley So. Very nice, decent game. I think I have not checked it deeply, but looks like both of them played pretty accurately. Game ended in a draw. Arjun Erigaisi, Ding Liren. Classy game. Too good game. And at some point, Arjun Erigaisi was totally better. I think, not totally, but quite better if he had found knight e4. Well, would have been a nice position. But goes knight f3 and all of a sudden was in big trouble here. But rook f3 finds the only move queen d5 check. Then finds only move bd8. Then finds only move bishop 7 and manages to draw. And there was this beautiful line here which I think Arjun had spotted, that if king h8, queen f3, queen h4, queen h3, bishop e1, there is bishop e5 check. Oh, if this had happened on the board, it would be so pretty, because then it's a very nice draw. Here, rook b8, and then you take here, then there is rook f8, right? So, but you can do it. I think this take, rook f, it's a check. So here, sorry, there's no rook h8. Check, takes king g7, and this is a draw. It's a draw. Okay, anyway, the game ended in a draw regardless, but a great game. Aronian versus Vincent Keymer. Aronian has been pressing Vincent Keymer since the opening, and he has not let his advantage slip by at all. He has an extra pawn, and I believe Aronian has great chances to win. Okay, Parham Maksudlu versus Jordan Van Forest. Completely winning for Parham. I don't know where Jordan actually blundered in this game, but I think this position was already slightly difficult for him. And Parham managed to, actually, it's a Queen's Gambit accepted. bd5, rook a1. It was equal. a3 was a mistake because of bishop h5. a2, rook e4. He played bishop e4, rook a1. Rook here, bishop b6. And he got an maybe he just converted this. Yeah, now it's better for him. Okay, so Parham better, clearly winning. And Gukesh versus Richard going to end in a draw because he'll take this, take this. So that's how things stand right now. From the perspective of the tournament, it seems like the most interesting games are Carlsen versus Nodirbek here. This one, this endgame, which, I mean, if you mix the position on the board with Nodirbek's willpower to win, it is a very deadly combo. But also mix Magnus's unbelievable endgame knowledge and defensive skills, and you feel like draw might happen. If you go to Anish Giri versus Praggnanandhaa game, you might think that there is a lot happening here. But I believe even this should end in a draw. So from the perspective of a result, I would say Aronian versus Vincent Keymer seems like an important game. Because here, there's a clear chance for white to press. Like take. I was thinking if you can give a check. And take this, but then knight f5, and already white is... Oh, sorry, bishop f5. Bishop f5, not knight f5, bishop f5. And already white is putting a lot of pressure. There you have Levon coming to the board. Levon is definitely happy with his position. He's pawn up here. Chat GPT says, commentator Sagar Shah keeps broadcast lively, never any dips, always so lively. Chessbase India brings action live. For all the chess fan, it's a thrill to revive. What? Did it try to make some kind of a rap or something? Guys, let's go to Pragg's game. Oh, he played king f5. That's what I was thinking he would do. He brought his king in. Because clearly there was no sense in trying to push your pawn without your king. Why to push your pawn when you can bring your king in? And somewhere Anish might also be harboring hopes of playing for a win if Pragg overpresses. But I think it's in Pragg's hands now, whether he wants to play for a win or a draw. Guys, let's also look at Magnus Carlsen versus Nodirbek Abdusattorov. He goes king h2. Very surprising that Magnus did not give a check here. Check, king here. He went directly king h2. Because I think Magnus realized that if you keep giving checks, the king will keep moving forward. And then at some point, you will start to regret. I don't know at what point. Yeah, I don't know. He could have kept giving checks, but now king h2. Now the question is check, king h1 or h3. Let's say h3. Check, king h2. And now with the queen here, look, at this point queen was defending this and this. So from here, what should be black's move? Guys, black to play. Come on, answer this. Black to play. What should black do? Yes, all the people who have suggested this very cool move here, b5, kudos. Actually, amazing move, b5. Because now, again, this one thing to remember in queen endgames, if your queen can defend your pawns in such an open position, then even if this queen starts giving checks, by the way, there are no checks right now. So actually, this could mean quite dangerous position for Magnus. So CD, Shreyas, Harshit, Sridatta, Jaden, Sukrat, Ritesh, Siddharth and Balwant. So what Nodirbek has to find here is how to go check first. He has to find this check, which he will. And no matter where the king goes, king h3, give a check. King h4, play b5. And this will really, I think this will, I believe it will mess Magnus up quite a bit. Because look, if you now go here trying to give checks and perpetual, I don't know, king c7. I'm coming up, check. King c6. I'm coming up, check. King c5. I'm coming up, check. King here. Check. King. Not easy. I think Nodirbek is going to beat Magnus again in queen endgame. Guys, this might happen again. What are your thoughts? Let's just get your views in the comments. Do you think Abdusattorov will beat Magnus in this endgame? Yes, I think so. No, Magnus will hold. Okay, let's put a poll and let's ask our community here. No, Nodirbek is going check. He's going for a check. I can sense it literally there. By the way, check. No, even Queen E2 check. He went Queen E2 check. Maybe he'll do it directly, no? Oh, he'll go directly only. Like King H3. He may not even, he may go B5. No, no, you can't go B5 directly. Because if you go B5 directly, your F5 pawn is not protected. So then check. So then, if you go King G1, I don't know. I don't know what is his plan. But you know what Magnus should have done, by the way, guys? Magnus should have gone for Queen E8 check here instead of King H2. Because check, let's just imagine check King here and now King H2. Now in all these variations, let's say check King H3, check King H2, B5. You are not so, it's not so easy. Because now your king is getting checked. While in the game, just to give you an example, here check king here, b5. There's no check to the king easily. And we looked at this line. Oops, sorry, not this one. This here, king c6. It's not so simple. Okay, where is Magnus going? Queen e2, king g1. He goes king g1. What is Nodirbek? Why is he so shocked? He's looking so shocked. Look at Magnus. He's looking so. Both of them looking very stressed out, no? Queen e5, huh? Is he going to play Queen e5? Badhiya chal. Classy move. Classy move. What a guy, man. What a guy. Let me explain to you why Queen e5 is such a good move. Okay. Firstly, you are stopping Queen e8 any checks. You're also stopping Queen f4 check. You are hitting g3. And let's say after a move like King f2, you are going to push your pawn with your queen really well centralized. You can literally sense that Magnus Carlsen is feeling the heat, guys. Where is Nodirbek? I think he went to the washroom, perhaps. But guys, too good. Too good play by Nodirbek. No, Magnus will definitely feel the heat now. That is a given. While he's thinking, let's quickly catch a glimpse of the game of Anish Giri versus Praggnanandhaa. So here, my general feeling is that I don't understand how should white play for something here without giving black a clear way to draw. Like if you go king f1, I was thinking king e4. And if you go king e2, I have check. I have check here. So Arun Raman says when Nodirbek stares at you, it's the stare of an impending doom. Nice, nice one. Arun Raman, you should write more. Very nicely put. Um, okay, let's see. How does the stare of impending doom look like? Yeah, there it is. There it is. Yeah, it is compulsory to write score sheet. Ah, Gukesh drew, huh? Not really. He's still playing. But it's a draw. Come on. I mean, rook b5. Yeah, this. If you play f6, then this pawn cannot be taken. I think they'll draw. Agree to a draw very soon. Okay, coming back. I'm very, very interested in. Ah, he took on h6. Okay, rook e5. But I think a great recovery from Gukesh, yeah, in this tournament. They drew. They have drawn. After Gukesh put it as white wins. No, after losing 2 games, he's come back with 3 draws, which is quite a good recovery. Meanwhile, Parham Maksudlu has won his game against Jordan. So a good result for him. And going back to Magnus versus Nodirbek, b5. b5 played, king f2 by Magnus. Actually, very bad move by Magnus, it seems, according to the engines. But I already feel this is so tough to defend this. This is getting nasty here. Nasty endgame. Let me go to the side somewhere here. Yeah, that looks better to keep the board view clean. Try for perpetual, Hassan Imam says. Hassan Imam, try for perpetual is like saying wake up every day on time and do your exercise. It sounds good, but how? Let's say, for example, that you try to come in and you want to give check. You want to start checking there. Okay. Now Nodirbek goes king c7. And you will say, okay, let's give a check. It's king comes up. You give again a check. King comes up. You give a check. King goes back. Suddenly, all that you did was you helped black improve his king position, and now there are no checks. So again, you say to yourself, okay, I can't do that. Let me go here. At least let me start checking again from this side somewhere. No other way. Okay, fine. d4. Check. King b5. You can already see Magnus. He knows he's losing. It's now again you give checks. My king. It only helps to improve my king. Somewhere the checks will stop. Like let's say queen c8, queen c6. Check. Queen trade. Game over. Insane. Okay. Where did Magnus go wrong is actually very subtle, yeah. And this is something which I feel Magnus did not take enough time here. So he had 44 seconds when 40 moves got over, right? And they got 50 minutes added. So Magnus played this next move, if I'm not wrong, in just 40 seconds. He just took the pawn. Here, according to the engines, a strong move was queen f7. And I don't know if this is how good this is, because if you play a3, I will now take queen f5. You play a2, threatening to queen. But now check. And you might say, oh, it's so risky. There should be a check everywhere, perpetual, otherwise you lose. Well, to king here, you will go check, and there is perpetual check here because queen is too far off. But that's what 50 minutes were for, right? You got those 50 minutes at that point. But Magnus did not take that time to find this move queen f7. Instead, he just took this. Okay, this is first step in the wrong direction, I feel. Because then he took here, and then he went back, and then he came in. This was a nice move by Nodirbek. And now comes the second mistake where Magnus had to give a check, come here, and then play king h2. The difference is, the very subtle difference is that check, king here, b5. In this position, after queen e5 check, king b6, queen d6 check, somehow you are not able to wriggle out of the perpetual because the queen is very active for white. So this is how actually Magnus could have held on. But he played instantly king h2, and I think this is a huge mistake, huge. And now I loved Nodirbek's next maneuver. Check, king here, maybe he had to go king h3, better, maybe it was better way. I don't know if it changes too much, but still. King here, and now queen e5. Excellent move. It just stops all checks. And next I go b5, king b7, king c6, push the pawn. It's over. And king f2 was again a step in the wrong direction, because for the simple reason, if we saw one variation here, like this, the queen is coming in between and giving check here and trading queens. So with the king on f2, even that thing is now working in black's favor. Let's quickly check. Gukesh already drew, Arjun drew. So Praggnanandhaa is the only Indian player left. And Pragg is taking a huge amount of time here because he has that time. He got 50 minutes. It's move number 41. And he can think. I think Pragg really missed something at this point, somewhere here. Because he was pressing, and at this moment, he should not have rushed into exchange on g4. Because see, it's like black can never take, and you have your time. You can play rook d2, you can play rook e1. He should not have played hg, because the moment he did this, Anish's play became easier and he got his counterplay rolling. And although he was pawn down, you can see that now the d pawn is too strong. Okay, going back to Nodirbek versus Magnus. What did Magnus do? Magnus played queen b4 here, and Nodirbek just improved his king. He's not in a hurry. He's like, Magnus, I have controlled all your checks and everything. Now I'm coming up, king b7. क्या लगता है दोस्तों? I had put a poll. Let me see what's the poll like. Do you think Nodirbek will beat Magnus in this endgame? Yes says 58%, 42% says no, Magnus will hold. I think I I would be in the majority right now that no, I don't think so. I think so that Abdusattorov will win. I think so. You know, one of the things which Nodirbek, when he was very young, I think would do perhaps a lot is he would stare at his opponent. Look at that stare. Look at that stare. Oof, 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 oof. Let me get rid of this board. What? He took it so simply, no? Here. Queen takes g4. King b6 brings his king up. I think Nodirbek just knows he's winning this endgame. Did you see that like little gulp by Magnus? I think these are all little signs that Magnus knows he's losing. Sir, should I do my homework or watch the match? I don't know. I think you should do your homework watching this game. Himang says Ivan Sokolov predicted correctly. What? What did he predict? Tanmay Devi says it seems that Nodirbek is ahead in the race against Indian youngsters. What is your assessment? I don't know. I feel like, Nodirbek seems to have gotten over the Magnus effect, which is not easy for like many people to do, because he's beaten Magnus, he's become the world rapid champion, he has won the Olympiad gold. So clearly, in terms of achievements, Nodirbek has more achievements, I think, than the Indian youngsters, I would say. But then when you come to Tata Steel, Chess, India, Rapid and Blitz, Arjun and Nihal both finished ahead of him. So if you're talking about classical chess, I'm still not sure. I mean, in terms of strength, I don't know. I think they might be equal. But when it comes to playing against Magnus, I think Nodirbek is just amazing. No nerves, Look at that. Look at that stare again. Look at him. If only I could. I mean, I don't recommend staring, by the way. Just my take. It's not like uh, anything against what he's doing or in general, but I feel like when I was playing, and when there were very little kids who would stare, it gets sometimes a bit irritating, like when they stare. It's not against the rules as such. And then sometimes I would try to stare back at the young kids, but it's like a lost battle against them, because they can stare endlessly at you. And yeah, let's put the 2D board. Kasparov's stare was slightly different. Kasparov would stare at you when you would make a mistake, or when you were at some point and you get scared. Like, he would do it. I don't think every single time. Although I have not followed him as closely as, because at that point they didn't have so many games on YouTube and so on, like that way. But Nodirbek's stare is different. He stares when it's opponent's move. He looks at them at different times. So it's an interesting discussion, when to stare, when not to stare. What does the stare mean? Are you scared? That's why you stare? Or do you want to show confidence? That's why you stare? It's also an interesting thing. Sometimes people who are most scared stare. But I think not in case of Nodirbek. Archis says attending a workshop on data-driven astrophysics while watching you entertain us is just too awesome. Great commentary. Thank you, Archis. No, so the reason why this position is not a draw, guys, and you might think that because it's an open board, there are a lot of checks available, is because let's say my queen is beautifully positioned. You see b4, very nice move, very calm. There's no check here. My queen controls, and if you go queen d8 check, my king comes up. Check, king comes up. Check, as we saw, queen c5 check is coming in, so can't play that. Check, king c3. No more checks. There's one check here. King d2. And no checks. So you see, checks only improve the black king's position. ब्रेन गेमर सेज मुझे तो कल स्कूल का होमवर्क करना है, लेकिन ऐसे इससे पीछा छूटे तब ना, कोई ना, कल मैम की डांट खा लूंगा. No, it's difficult to put the board because they both keep moving. When they want to go for the kill, they just move in like that way. This is the position, by the way, on the board. Ajaya VB says, hi Sagar sir, congratulations for Chessbase India's 7th anniversary. Wish CBI the best for their future endeavors. I too turned 23 yesterday. Oh, Ajaya, that's so nice to know. Promoter of Indian chess for 8 months. Thank you. Gautam Thakkar says, on a rainy cold day, enjoying your commentary. Thank you, Gautam. That's very cool. Any line in which Magnus can save? Okay, let's try to think where can Magnus save this game? Because generally, is there any position with a knight pawn that can be held? Let's just ask Dvoretsky's endgame manual, which is my constant companion here. I have it besides me because whenever I'm analyzing or something and such a question comes up, I open that chapter. It's kind of a great book. So what does it talk about the knight pawn? Queen and pawn versus queen. It says, if the defender's king, okay, listen carefully. If the defender's king usually stands in front of the pawn, then the draw is an easy matter. So if this king was somewhere here, or here, it's a draw. But the fact that the king is cut off this way, it's not a draw. That's one point which you should know. But I feel like this position, the another issue is there there could be better drawing chances if the king was somewhere in this corner, white king, somewhere here, this corner. Because right now the place where it is, it's the worst place because many times checks are met with counter checks and queens are traded. So that way. I think this position would have been uh okay, what did he play? He didn't play. Would have been, let's just make a couple of moves. Okay, I'm not going to change anything here. What I'm doing here is that I'm just putting the king in a way where it's on the side of the board. Okay, let's bring this position. This one now is easier to draw. I think good chances of draw, good chances. I'm not saying it's drawn, but better chances of drawing here than when the king is on f2 here, this position. Because now what happens, just for example, I say I give a check, okay? You go here, you were going here. Now I give a check, which is already a draw, so you can't do that, by the way. I'll go here, okay? You give a check, I go here. You give a check, I go here. Earlier, this check was met with a check and the queen were getting traded, right? But here, let's say I come here. Now, king here. Important to just park the king on the other corner. So if the pawn is coming here, put it there. This is a draw. But Nodirbek knows this, no? So he's not going to let Magnus's king make this journey, this huge long journey to the corner of the board. Was this very difficult to see? This what I was trying to explain. Did you guys understand this important thing? I'll go to Pragg's game. But did you understand that this king, if it was somewhere in this corner, better chances of a draw, very much better. But if your king is here, so what I was trying to show was a position like this, where when you play king b5, check, check, king h7, this good chances of a draw. Bhagyashri Kaduskar, member for 15 months, says, does Magnus think he would have won this as black? For sure. For sure. Absolutely. Okay, let's go to Pragg game. Everyone wants to see Pragg. Let's see, where did it go? So, not many moves were played, by the way, guys. He played rook b6, d3. Rook takes, rook b4. Vinith Vishwanathan says, when was the last time Carlsen lost 2 games in a row in a classical tournament? I don't remember actually. I mean, I don't remember at all. It's not like I don't remember from the perspective of, oh, he has never done it. But from the perspective of, seriously, I don't remember when he has done that. Is there anyone who knows it? Rook d6. Okay. Rook d6. I think important move is either rook b3 or king e. I would play king e4. a6. Rook a4. So now you can't push the pawn. I can't push the pawn. So king f1 will give check and I will go back. I think it's a draw. I think Pragg's game is a draw. Let's look at Vincent Keymer versus Levon Aronian. Ooh, tough. Should be better for Levon. Should win it somehow, but not easy. Not easy. It's going to be long work here to convert the extra. By the way, there are still many defensive tricks. It's not like the game is over. It's still, there is still to fight for. Magnus is 20 minutes, Abdusattorov 42 minutes. There is one a nice position which they have shown here. Maybe we can try to reach it through some moves. Let's say white comes here, push. I mean, I'm just trying to take you to a position which is interesting. Okay. So this pawn is protected here. So okay, this is the position kind of given in the book. By the way, Magnus has played a move, King f3, which is actually a correct move. But I'll just show you some moves like check. Then like he plays here, check. King here. Okay, let's go back. We'll check that later. He goes king f3 and Nodirbek just brings his king up to b5. And you know, this king is not able to move up to this corner. That's the main thing. Rajat says, do you think because of Magnus's performance and focus on rapid and blitz, he has affected his performance in classical? I don't know why his classical is affected. It's not something like that. I think his opponents have played pretty well. Firstly, today I think Nodirbek played really well. Anish, yeah, I mean, he just went wrong, and I don't think that he has like completely lost his touch in the classical chess. So we'll see. I mean, there are still many more rounds to go. We'll see how Magnus comes back, no? here. He could. But I love how Nodirbek confidently moved his king up. No checks. Yeah, I was just trying to show this endgame somehow because I thought it could be instructive here. Sorry, why it's black to play here. So let's say king here, queen here, king here, queen here, king here. Yeah, this position it's black to play. Let's say black goes here, check, king here, check, king here, check, king here, check, sorry, and now he goes check, oops, sorry, check, and now what's the move here for black to play, and what do? This is where I think you have to be careful because I'm managed to sort of trick all of you together. Look at this. How many of you have answered this? A total of more than 40 people. So you go check and it seems like it's you are winning, but what's the problem? What is the problem? White to play. Exactly, king a1. And such tricks, very tricky. Now what happens is you cannot even move your queen because it's pinned. You can't take it. And you can't queen here because he'll just take it. So from that perspective, this ends in a draw. Let's say here. So there are some tricks like these which have to be borne in mind when you're playing such endgames. This is the live position, Siddharth. Black has just played his king up here. Yes, it's like that Eric Rosen's stalemate. Adipan and Vaishali drew yesterday. Now Magnus goes here with the king. The problem again here for Magnus is the king is misplaced. And what happened is, I don't know. Some print king. Pragg game. Let's go quickly check Pragg versus Anish. So after rook takes a6, rook here, king e4, a6, rook a4, king f1, check, king g2, and they've agreed to a draw. Whoa, nice game. What did Anish tell Pragg after the game? Where that it made him smile. I would love to hear their analysis, and I would also love to see their analysis session because Anish is so friendly with Pragg in general. Okay, arbiter coming in between. This is something which chess broadcasting needs to improve. Yeah, arbiter has to come from that side. But okay. Pragg feels so relaxed with Anish now. I think he's gotten so used to playing against him. I'm not sure, but Black's position looked pretty good. I played a6 and then there was this bishop takes f7. Was not so sure about it. Okay. So going back to the game of still analyzing. What did Magnus play now? Magnus, okay, check for him. Magnus happy because he wants to go to this corner very quickly, but there's no time. And check here. Wherever he goes, b3 coming up, king g2. Let's push. Push karo, khush raho. Neeraj says, in these super tournaments, does color of pieces matter? Yes, I think it matters a lot, Neeraj. Being white is generally considered better, although you will see here that Nodirbek is beating Magnus with black, but it is generally accepted that black has a small disadvantage, but I mean, what generally happens is black can equalize games. So he equalizes and then continues playing, and when the chance offers itself, you have to take it. And I think Nodirbek did that today. I don't know when Magnus would resign. You can see his face there. He's already like, I don't know. I think I'm gone here. But I believe he will put up some traps. I don't think he will. Do you think Magnus may resign soon or not? I don't think he will resign. I think he will continue playing. Like let's say he can mm, go queen here. Stopping this. Asim says, when did Magnus lose back-to-back classical games? Yeah, this is something maybe Himank here in the chat can try and find. Asim says, B file, there are less chances to draw. If the pawn was on C file, there are more chances. Yeah, Asim depends on many factors. Also, where is your king as a defender? It should be on the opposite end because it interferes less with. Check. Nodirbek's moves are so easy to play. He's not even thinking much. Check. He'll come further in. Look at how Nodirbek's calculating, huh? Okay, let's try and sit here. Let's put the board here. He plays king to c3. Wait, let's change position. I just want you to have that sort of feel where, there's no board in between. I have to keep moving. Yeah, this is good. I think you can see the board here. Okay, he's given a check, king c3. King d2. Queen c8, king d2. Yeah, resignation incoming, guys. Guys, this is over. It's over. Magnus might just resign. How does this feel with this music? Bad, huh? Nice or bad? Okay, guys. I don't know how many of you liked it. But it was like there's nothing more to commentate here because Magnus is in trouble. So why not listen to the. Maybe it was too loud, huh? Uzbek national anthem would be too much. How should you win? Because I think Magnus has this final trap set here. Some final traps. Okay. Like let's say if you go king here, then suddenly some check here, and you don't want to get into that. What you want to do is you want to get b2 with a tempo. Like you don't want to king c2 played. So now let's say Magnus gives a check because threat is b2, right? So one thing could be a check from here. So I block. No, he goes check from c8. But then what if I block here, he wants to give check from here. I think eventually what will happen is if you give a check from here, I'll go king c1 or queen d3, queen c8. Okay, maybe at some point you will have to go in front of the pawn. Let's say come here. Now you can't give this check because I have queen here. Oh, you can. You know, this is the trick you should go for here. And now what's the trick? Come on, guys, you all have learned this. What's the trick? Just try for the trick. It won't work, but yes. King h1, very good. Try for king h1 and hope that he takes, and then, but of course it won't happen. Just an idea. Okay, anyway, Nodirbek goes king d1. You know what I found really amazing in this game is how Nodirbek converted this into a win without breaking into a sweat. No, he just did it with ease. Queen h8 check. But now just queen d2 and b2. Should be over. Should be good enough. It's still not simple, yeah. Like let's just be a little more careful. We put all that music and stuff and here, but here Magnus does think he has some chances, it feels. Sivagami Kupuswamy, if you take the queen in the variations I showed, it ends in stalemate. So that's the reason why. Okay, let's think about the easiest and the clearest way to win. Okay, if I were black, I would play this check, but then he would go king g1 and b2. This is how I would try and proceed. But then he would come check. Okay, then I would try to go here. Then there's a check here, and I'll try to go here. And now what has happened is that I must go this side. And it's not so simple to win this, because you go here, I'll give you check from here. If you come out, I'll give you check again. So notice this, it's not over because of check. And if you come here, then again check. And once you're forced in front of the pawn, it's still, oh, maybe here. How do you win? It's not trivial. So you see, yeah, this is max resistance. That is true, ET. That's what Magnus is trying. Okay, queen d2 check. I think Magnus must go king h1 now. It's an important move. Guys, don't go away. There might be something here. There might be. Could be. It's given a check on d2. And king h1, I feel like very likely to happen. I mean, I would love if my king, as we spoke, would be somewhere in this corner here. It would have given, I think, white great drawing chances. Guys, bar is there on the side here. It's just that black is totally winning, so bar is really down. Let's say king h1. Okay, let's imagine he goes king h1. He's 8 minutes only. Nodirbek has 37 minutes. King h1. b2. Queen. Now queen h5. Check. King c1. Check. Queen c2. Oh, he goes up. He goes up. Interesting decision. He doesn't come down. I thought this was better, but because as I told you, right, in many of the lines, this king will come under counter check. Magnus gets up, and now Nodirbek is ready to push his pawn. I think I I believe King H1 would have been a stronger fight. Like, it's also losing, but has to fight more. Yes, B2 played by Nodirbek. Important move. And Magnus has less than 7 minutes on the clock. Guys, why are you wishing me happy birthday today? My birthday is on 28th of January, not 20th. Okay, maybe there's no check now. There is one check here. King c2. And now you see why king on g3 is bad. Do you see it? If you use check anywhere, like let's say check here, I go check and I exchange. If you go check here, then check and trade. Where is Magnus? He's already lost a minute with so little time. By the way, let's have a view of the full. Ooh, but this Nodirbek cam is not focused. No, I mean everyone's like Magnus's bad phase has begun, but I think we should wait till the end of this tournament. Clearly, he has had a bad start because of his losses to Anish and this. But it's not like the leaders are running away with it. I think after this, okay, Nodirbek will be on 4 out of 5, which is like a huge score. It's like he won 3 games. He beat Magnus, he beat um, he's beaten I'm not able to recollect. आसिम से सागर भाई सुपर जीएम्स का भी टिल्ट आता है क्या? Classical tournaments में it's also tilts happen, but generally you can. Oh, he resigns. He resigns. Wow, Nodirbek Abdusattorov, the 18-year-old Uzbek number one, has beaten Magnus Carlsen for the first time in classical chess. He's already beaten him in Rapid to become the world Rapid champion in 21, and now he's beaten Magnus Carlsen at the Tata Steel Championship 23, and they are analyzing. Magnus is actually showing great sportsmanship after losing. He is analyzing with his opponent. It's not very common. I feel like Magnus more relaxed, yeah. Because I believe when he lost to Esipenko in 2021, was it? He was so, I think, so upset at that point. Here, it feels as if he's okay. But I still think like he would definitely not be feeling great. But it's still early days in this tournament. It was a 13 round event. Oh, what? Look at that. What Magnus did there, guys. Did you see it? Did you see it? Just rewind it. He told his opponent, well played, I think. Guys, I just can't believe what I just saw there. Magnus told Nodirbek, well played, with a smile after losing to him in a classical game. Or good game, or something like that, he said. Good game. Insane. Just amazing. Yes, he played well, but I mean, come on, Magnus. And it's a great gesture by Magnus, and we should appreciate it. Pratichi says he does that with juniors often. No, I remember that he clapped for Pragg as well. He's becoming calmer with age. Yes, but somehow classical chess was a little different. Maybe for Magnus in his mind, it no longer means as much as before. And the other thing is, I feel like once someone beats you in any format, you tend to then not encourage that person so much. Like you then feel like, okay, he's already beaten you, like Nodirbek has done that in the past. But yeah, maybe he still considers Nodirbek as a junior and is sort of encouraging him, but I doubt. Like meanwhile, Levon Aronian and Vincent Keymer still going on, and Levon slightly better, but can Vincent hold this? Is the question. I think Magnus just a little bit more relaxed. You know, he spoke about it, by the way, in many interviews that classical chess doesn't mean as much to him as it did before. And Magnus is not just making it up, perhaps. You know, he's also, after losing, he's just accepting it. Like after Anish Giri's loss, he was doing an interview with media. I think Play Magnus Group or Chess 24 and so on. I think it was very interesting to see that because I've seen Magnus lose. Like, for example, before when I was present at classical events, one of the events where he lost was at World Cup 2017 with Bu Jiangji. And he lost and he just left. Like, there was no way to even talk to him, interview him, nothing. He's just gone. I think that's a big change that he's brought in. Maybe a bit too early to say end of Magnus era, but uh, because he might just come back in this tournament itself. Very difficult to write off these champions, but definitely he is not looking that bulletproof like before. You know, Anish beat him today. Nodirbek beat him, and now we have three Indians who will face him in the days to come, and maybe who knows, they might also be able to score. For now, I'll leave this broadcast with saying that this game is slightly better for white, but I feel that it will end in a draw. And I can just tell you the results. Nodirbek beats Magnus. Pragg Anish ended in a draw. Wesley Caruana ended in a draw. Ding Arjun ended in a draw. Very exciting draw. Keymer Aronian going on. Maksudlu beat Jordan. And Gukesh drew his game with Richard Rapport. Okay. Standings, if you would like to have a look at standings, I can show you. Just give me a second. I will get it up in a second. There's still one more game going on, but I don't think that will impact the top standings because both Aronian is on 2 out of 4 and Vincent is on 1.5 out of 4. So they are still trailing the leaders. And these are the standings. Nodirbek on 4 out of 5, Anish 3.5, Caruana 3, Ramesh Babu Pragg 3, Pragg is on 3, Arjun 5 draws, 2.5, Wesley So 2.5, Parham Maksudlu 2.5, Ding 2.5. It's 150% many players. Aronian maybe wanting to get to +1 by winning this game. Richard Rapport on 2, Magnus on -1. And also very interesting to see would be who is Magnus's next round opponent, because that player will have quite a good chance, I would say. Here it's Magnus Carlsen versus Jordan Van Forest, Anish versus Arjun, Ramesh was Ramesh Babu Praggnanandhaa versus Nodirbek. Wow, that's going to be a big game. And Caruana versus Gukesh once again. Caruana white, Gukesh black, like the Olympiad. So tomorrow will be fun. I will see you guys. Take care. And thank you so much for tuning in. Maybe if you guys have a couple of minutes, I would like to show something to you. If you are okay with it, maybe you can let me know. Ramit says, I want him to be angry at himself, to show emotions and still be a great sportsman. Yes, Ramit, Amruta and I were discussing this, that often good performance in competitive sports comes at a cost of mental peace. And you could be at mental peace sometimes, but then it impacts your performance. What to do? It's tricky. It is tricky. There's no two ways about it, but at the same time, I think it's an individual decision. When someone has been leading, like it's like saying like someone's excelling at work for a long time and has been doing amazingly well, but has been neglecting his health. And then at some point it becomes too much. And they're like, oh, I need to focus on my health. And then everyone's like, yes, but health is okay. What about the work? You need to become the best at what you're doing. Something like that, I feel. But that's how I look at it. I don't know. But we'll see. We'll see how Magnus recovers from this. Okay, so here is what I wanted to show you guys. It is Chessbase India turns 7 years old. This is an article that I wrote today. And I just wanted to look back at what we did in this entire year. And I just want to share with you. Maybe I'll make a video as well. But still, what did we do in the last 365 days? So Chessbase India, this is 1 year only, not like the full 7 years. Chessbase India YouTube channel hit 1 million subscribers. And this was interesting. We were at 774k subscribers and we reached 1.07 million. We gained around 234 million subscribers. It's okay. We gained 260 million views. But I think everything's moving towards short form content somehow. And that is something to watch out for, that we shifted to it recently. And since then views have gone up. But YouTube is pushing a lot of short form content. Um, sorry, 234,000, not sorry. Yeah. And then the next thing, by the way, this is me and Amruta with our gold play button and silver play button. These are the number of videos we published: 2827 videos, 2456 videos, 252 live streams, 119 shorts. Hindi Chess Base India published 462 videos, 350 and 104 live streams and 8 shorts, and 531 videos on Chess Base India clips, and one video on Chess Base India Gujarati and one on Marathi. This makes it 3,822 videos in 365 days at an average of 10.4 videos a day. That's quite a lot. We are the 5th channel overall to reach 1 million subs, I think, chess channel. This is a video where Anand congratulates us on reaching 1 million. It's a very nice gesture by Waka. This is a video where Amruta and I talk about 1 million. And by the way, this is something which we haven't shown you yet. Is anyone in the chat right now in one of these pictures? Because this was our 1 million giveaway, 1 million subscriber giveaway. We gave 100 of our viewers this, and we took these pictures from each one and then we made this collage. So it was very nice. 100 people got a giveaway. Some got chess sets, some got chess base account, books, so on. Then we covered these events by someone from Chess Base India team being present at the tournament. So national championships, which was won by Arjun in Kanpur, Aditya was there. PSPB in Mumbai, I was there. Guwahati, Aditya was there. Delhi, Aditya traveled a lot. This Sai Shyam was here for national under 12. Aditya for national under 10, Jambu. National Rapid and Blitz was Amruta and me, and also Asim traveled there. Maharashtra GM, Aditya went. Torch Relay, remember Aditya was there with Samay, and Vidit was there. Pistani Open, Rupali was there. Chess Base India Originals Rapid, our entire team was there. Deathmatch 1.0, our entire team. Rupali covered Abu Dhabi Masters, Dubai Open. Waka Celebrations was me, Amruta, Aditya, and Abhyudaya. National Boxing Championship. Actually, not boxing, I should have written chess boxing, but yeah. National Chess Boxing Championship in Ahmedabad. Aditya went there. Dream Hack, Rapid and Blitz, our entire team. COTB was also our entire team. Deathmatch 2.0, also our team. Asian Continental was Shahid and Aditya. Tata Steel Chess India Rapid and Blitz was our entire team. And we had World Rapid and Blitz where Amruta and I traveled. National Under 9 was Himank who went. Bishan Singh Ji Memorial was Aditya. GRT Rapid and Blitz Open was Shahid. These are all tournaments that Shahid went to. Under 14 nationals, Aditya. So we covered all these quite big events. 34 events we covered in the year. And we did live commentary on 18 events in the year. Charity Cup, Oslo Esports Cup, FIDE Grand Prix, Chessable Masters, Superbet, Norway Chess, FIDE, FTX, Chess Olympiad, Generations Cup, and I did live commentary for all these events in the year, which were 18 of them. Then there was Chess Base India Originals Death Match we organized 1.0 in Mumbai, more than 1,000 people came and watched in a very beautiful environment. Our main aim was to make chess into a spectator friendly sport, and this was Anish and Vidit, and we managed to do that. Here's the live stream. Then we did Deathmatch 2.0 between Arjun and Gukesh. Was also very well received with a lot of people attending it. A lot of young kids there after the match wanting autographs and so on. We started the Chess Base India Chess Club in Mumbai. We have done 44 Saturdays now. This is the 45th Saturday coming up. Day after tomorrow, all those who are in Mumbai, please do come. There will be Aditya Mittal, India's 77th GM, who will be giving a simul, and also India's third GM, Praveen Thipse, who will come there to felicitate him. This is our club, and very nice setup there. And then we launched this book, Chess Pine Chess Adventure Park, which has done well until now. I think it's been 2 months now. We launched on November 14th, and we've sold around 800 books, which is pretty good, I would say. We have to reorder because we made 1,000 books, so we are reordering, and we hope that we're able to sell more for young kids to learn chess. That's Amruta and Ketki, who were the masterminds behind this book. Launch of Help Chess website. This is we got our trust registered with ATG, which gives tax benefits, and also that helped us to raise more funds. We also launched the website helpchess.org, where we had Are you a believer or a big believer? And 50,000 plus is a big believer. Any amount is believer below that, and we raised 8,26,000 rupees just through the launch of this website after 22nd September, which is great. And we have disbursed in this from 1st of April 15 lakh rupees for players who are in need of funds. So it's through laptops, training programs, tournaments, and so a big thanks to every one of you who's contributed. With like, that's 15 lakh is a big amount, I would say. Hindi hit 100k subscribers on YouTube. That's nice. Then we launched the Chess Base India Academy called Chess Ranga, which has very nice positions which you can solve in interactive format. Do try it out. It's academy.chessbase.in. Go there and try it out. Then we had the Chess Olympiad in Chennai, where our team was there. We did live commentaries. Samay was there, which was very cool. It was one of the biggest events. We had a stall there with Supriya handled. We did stories with Sarvanan before the event. I mean, basically it was it was like a festival. Gukesh winning the gold at board number 1. 7 Indians winning medals. 2 of our teams winning medals, team medals. Total 9 medals. It was huge. We did India's Got Chess Talent, which was a big one, where we got 32 players. We had 700 applications. From there, we narrowed it down to 32. 8 players in each team with 4 trainers. Grandmasters Debashish Das, Shyam Sundar, Swapnil and Swayams, who trained them, and eventually it was Shyam's Wings of Fire who won. But these 32 players were really got to work with best trainers in India, which is amazing. We did heart rate, serious work on heart rate. We did it in Deathmatch 1.0. We did it in Deathmatch 2.0. We then did it in Tata Steel for all 10 players. That was also pretty impressive. Ashwin was the man who really worked hard on it with us. We launched new hoodies, zippers and sweatshirts this year. This is our original t-shirt which launched in 2018. Then we had this nice camp here. Oh, look at all these youngsters, Pragg and Gukesh and all. And Guys, can you recognize who is included here? Who's the player here? Chess learner, go to academy.chessbase.in. It should work. I don't think it's down. It was working till now. Academy. Don't go to chessranga.com. Go to academy.chessbase.in. Yes, it's Kramnik. And all the kids wearing Chessbase India's collar neck. Then now we launched the hoodies this year. This is very iconic picture with Gukesh and Sachin and Lara. This is our sweatshirt, which is worn by Arjun at DreamHack. This is our zipper. Then we launched Chessbase India Gujarati and Marathi. We have already 1110 subscribers in Gujarati and in Marathi and 752 subscribers in Gujarati. I'll put up more content there. Khelo Chess initiative by Hindi Chessbase India. Niklesh spreading chess by means of simuls, training and so on at different places. This is at Sanskar Valley School. He did it. He played even blindfold chess. Now he's organizing a rapid tournament which is called Late R. Satyamurthy Memorial Tournament. Very memorable was the article by Arvind Subramanian in about the Indian chess spring and Sagar Shah phenomenon. I really am grateful to him that he wrote such a huge article on the work of Chessbase India and me. We have the Chessbase India newsletter which we launched, and it's been 17 weeks since we are sending it every Saturday. So you can just click here and sign up, and you will get newsletters every Saturday with many interesting write-ups, news and so on. We did the Magnus Carlsen interview, which was one of the highlights of the year. Apart from that, this is our team. We had a Zoom call yesterday. That is me, Supriya, Yasin, Amruta, Abhyudaya, Niklesh, Aditya, Himank, Shahid, Shashwat and Shatanik. And I've written about all the employees here, what they do, the work they have done. You can check out the article. It's on chessbase.in. It's the second article there. Unbelievable fact. Some facts are really amazing. One of them is Shahid, who has done 857 articles in 365 days. So out of the 1,000 articles on our news page, Shahid alone has written 857 articles. And by the way, these are all pictures. These were taken by Steve Bonhager at Olympiad. He helped us with a small photo shoot of our team. So big thank you to him. This is a beautiful documentary. If you haven't seen it on the Olympiad, do check it out. It's fantastic. And this is Avtanshu, who works really hard. Himank, who has been in the chat, amazing new entrant in our team. Yasin, who makes sure all of you, whoever places an order, gets it on time. Shatanik, who does the problems. If you have seen it on our different platforms, there's one position every day, he puts it up. And of course Amruta, without whom I could not have done this at all. And well, I kind of made a connection, like our team is like the Lagan team. It's not like a very professional team, or like we have all everything figured out and stuff, but each one is very passionate and each one is just very inspired that we need to do what we have to do. So at the end of the day, we have to ensure that chess grows, just like how they didn't want to pay Lagan tax, and in the same way we want to make sure that chess grows. So each one has their own strengths, their own weaknesses, and everyone is trying their best. That's how I see our team as. And thanks to Chessbase Germany, Rainer Voisin, the CEO of Chessbase, Frederick and Matthias, the co-founders of Chessbase, they all really helped us Also, Frederick really helped me to become a good writer, and gave us a lot of exposure to knowledge and so on. So very grateful to him. Shikhar, who has helped us to build the Chess Base India Help Chess website, and also overall helps us with many tech related insights. Ashwin, of course, for heart rates, but also for more things. Like whenever I have any tech queries, I always ask him about my things that I want to buy, laptop or anything else, and he always has amazing advice. Rupali, who has done some amazing coverage over the years. Sai Sham, who went to Mandya to cover under 12 nationals. Harshil and Ayushi, who covered 2 tournaments in the US. Amazing coverage by them. In one was in Miami and the other one was in San Francisco. Jeevan, who helps us with logos and graphic designs. And Dharmen Shah, who's my dad, who has been helping us with many things, including accounts. So a big thanks to him. So guys, that was not a small article. That was a very substantial article. It took me close to 10 hours to write this. But I think at the end of the day, it's a great benchmark for us to assess our next year's performance or whatever we are doing. It also helps me gauge what we are doing, also helps others to think about what they are doing. And I hope that we are able to power chess in India. And also thank you so much for all the support that you are showing to us. It helps us to make many big decisions that we are doing, like even these commentary sessions which last for 4-5 hours, only possible because you guys watch it. So thank you all for everything. And thank you, Rahul Mukherjee. Alex says, I watch Sagar all the time and I'm not Indian. Well, thank you, Alex. Marta says, Sagar, we love you in Europe. Thank you. That's so kind of you. Hearts in the chat says Pratichi. Thank you, Pratichi. Lord Wiz, thank you, CBI and CBI staff. You all are the dhadkan of millions of Indian hopes. Array, thank you. Tejender Reddy ji, amazing. Thank you. So, guys, I'll see you all tomorrow. I'll make some videos on the amazing games that were played today. But for now, it's time to take some rest. You guys also take some rest. And thank you all once again for following this broadcast. If you have time, you can rate us on Google, review us on Google. The link is in the pinned comment. And also, while I take your leave, I will leave you with a couple of ads that you can watch. You can also close this broadcast, but you can also watch them. They are on Chesspa and Chess Sets. So take care, guys. See you. Bye-bye. Chess is becoming very popular, and we are always asked by parents, what is the right age to start chess and what is the best way to teach chess to their kids? We at Chess Base India have always believed that even a very young kid can learn chess if it is shown to them in a fun way. We feel that a beautifully illustrated children's chess book will be a perfect fit for kids to kickstart their chess journey. Chess Park in Chess Adventure Park is your first chess book. The book introduces you to the character of Chesspa, a fun grandpa-like character who absolutely loves chess. He takes you on a journey in a chess adventure land where the kids learn all about the chessboard, chess pieces, the rules of the game, and much more. The text in the book is in the form of a poem story which can be read out to the kids. Chess Base India's vision has always been to popularize chess, and we hope that many more youngsters fall in love with chess and take up the sport thanks to this book. This book was conceptualized by Amruta Mokal and Sagar Shah. It has been brilliantly illustrated by Ketki Kulkarni. Pre-order your book now from the Chess Base India shop.
In a world that is going increasingly digital, it's sometimes nice to hold things in your hand. The Chess Base India Premium Chess Set is our attempt to give you a great feel of playing chess in real life. The first thing we wanted to ensure was that the product was of the best possible quality. When you buy the Chess Base India Premium Chess Set, you get a chessboard, high quality chess pieces, a bag for the pieces, a bag for the chessboard as well. All of this is carefully packed so that when we courier it to you, you receive it in the best possible condition. We take pride in the fact that the chess sets are manufactured in India. Here are some features of the premium chess set. It is 96mm standard weighted and felted set of Staunton design. Fine crafted, high-class plastic pieces of 3.75 inches height. Total weight of the pieces is around 800 grams. Usual pieces are around 300 to 400 grams. You have 2 extra queens included. 55mm by 55mm high-quality vinyl board with notation, the Chess Base India logo in the corner and a leatherite finish. You have 2 flat nylon drawstrings for the board and pieces. The Chess Base India logo. It is also a perfect product to gift your loved ones. We also have gift wrapping options in the Chess Base India shop. So what are you waiting for? Get your hands on the Chess Base India Premium Chess Set and challenge someone to a game of chess in real life. Link is in the description.